I thank you for your continued pledge to the knighthood.
Grab your shield and sword, raise them high, and welcome to the knighthood.
What the hell is happening in here, ladies, gentlemen, and friends from beyond the binary? What is happening? Hello. I don't know, by the way, I don't know why there is no music in the game, chat. I'm very sorry about that. Hello, welcome. I'm here. Why is there no audio in the game? Like, where's the music gone? Is there just no music in Garlemald? What is happening? Chat, welcome. Lovely to see you all today. Hopefully we're doing well. Belatedly, yeah, where's the music? The day the music died. It's a dark and grim place. I thought it was a mood. No, I genuinely, look, the in-game, if I click on background music, it's on. There's just nothing. Very strange. Belatedly, can we get some love and chat for Andrew for the 11-month resub, and Nanoka Square. Thank you also for the tier 1 sub. Lovely to see you. Welcome on in. Can we get some love and chat for both Andrew and Nanoka, please? Lovely to see you both. Thank you very much for your continued support, Andrew, and Nanoka, thank you for your first-time sub. I appreciate it. Could be what happened there yesterday. Didn't the music stop after that scene? You might be onto something. You may very well be onto something. Yeah, the quest condition is probably it. Yeah, that's a good shout. Does that mean oh, the moon's up there, chat. Just there. See? I don't know if I should play some of my own music in the background, so I'm not just sat here in silence. Whoa! Clivey Bear! Dude, what are you doing? Holy crap! The biggest Final Fantasy 16 and World of Warcraft fan in the chat, Clivey Bear. Thank you very much for the 10 tier 1 gift subs, my man. Thank you very much. Can we get some love and chat for Clivey Bear, please? Buddy, thank you. That's very much appreciated. Venetrix, welcome on in. Flashmash, Notho _of _the _even_hand, Arna Shadowstar, Gal regretting username, Kylux Haxor, K-Little, My Bubbles, Ariella Moonstone, and Zalshian, courtesy of none other than Clivey Bear. How dare you? Are you going to refund them now? Please don't. Clivey Bear, come back. No, buddy, thank you very much for that. Thank you for getting a hype train started. Here we go. Choo choo. All aboard the scam train, chat. Let me get some music going in the background. Clivey Bear, you need to stop. You've already supported enough last week. There's no need for any more. Ever again. Let me get some music going. Let's go with one of my favorite overworld themes. Oh, it's only 3 minutes long. Oh well, we'll play it anyway. One of my favorite overworld themes from any of the FF games I've played. There you go. Welcome, chat, to the stream. How are we all doing today? If you know the game, let me know. First one to get it wins a prize. It's not a tangible prize. It's you have the honor of being FF8 prop wins. Prop wins. You have the honor prop of being the know-it-all in chat today. Enjoy your honor. Thanks, prop. Create as well and make some time. Go on, and you can all share the title of know-it-all. Let's see who's in chat today, shall we? I'm very far behind. Asterin Whitethorn, hello. Cypher, Kendra, E.T., Sutherland, Dallas, Tenchi, Seabass, Chaos Draken, Skyline, 6, Hiss Lizard, Finster, make some time, The Dawn Forged, Pella's Lost, Jens, Kin Darker. Any word on when the new Final Fantasy XIV expansion will be? Kin, I have it on good authority that the brand new Final Fantasy XIV expansion will be releasing on, checking my calendar, the 16th of February next year.
I thank you for your continued pledge.
Yoshi P whispered it to me accidentally, and I've been keeping it a secret for months. Monk, my god, welcome back for 52 months.
52. That's more than 51 in it.
That is correct. Wow.
I thank you for your continued pledge.
You're not wrong. Monk, welcome back for 52, and it's Kate X. Thank you for the 2 months,
Ended
Kate.
Bongo.
Ended Bongo, indeed. Can we get some love and chat for It's Kate and Monk, please? Monk being 50 months ahead of Kate, but Kate, good effort. Thank you for the 2 months. I really do appreciate it. Jens, hello again. Kindaka, Finster, La Luna, Super Koji Man, Sathalan, The Dawn Forged again, Z City, hello, Iggy, hello. My guess, though, considering patch schedule and the added time they put in, it'll be early-ish 2024. I'm telling you, it's the 16th of February. He was like, oh shit, sorry about that. And I was like, listen, secret's safe with me, buddy. But you know what? I think it's time that I reveal it. Nanoka, hello. Armo, hello. Pear, hello. Leonix, of course. Welcome on in, sir. How are you today? Einfak, Norb. Crit, Wrench, Cephalia, Asik, Tenchi again. Shoybox, Dividus, a Raven, Kalen. Oh my god. Thank you very, very much for the 5 gift subs. Completely out of nowhere. A Raven. Thank you so much. Is it a Raven or Aravan?
I thank you for your
Shit, I don't know.
pledge to
Kalen.
the night.
I'm definitely saying Kalen right? Thank you for the very generous 5 gift subs. And Becca, welcome back for 4 months. Debu. He really said that in a nice way, didn't he? Debu. Welcome on in Joyous Boyus, Lizzie Tools, Delpy42, Sophie P68, and Lemon Tea Child. Courtesy of Aravan, or a Raven, Kalen. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. And Becca, again, welcome back for 4 months. Shoybox. Hold on, I need to replay that music. Chat, there's got to be a... hold on. Balam Town. Here we go. This is going to be good. Chat. Play FF8 if you haven't. It's amazing. Chaos Draken, hello. Super Coach Man, Defunct, Aiki, Yuki Nuo, E.T. again. I'm treading water here. I'm repeating the same people. Muk Shuggles, hello. How are you today, buddy? Lovely to see you. Phoenix Senpai, good morning. Lovely to see you. Clivey Bear, of course, hello. Thank you again for the 10-pack, buddy. I really, really do appreciate that. Finster, Dividus, Thanko, hello. Shoybox, hello again. Prop. Trying to spot names that I've not read out in chat, and it's hard. This is clearly the Eden raids. Yeah, we're doing the Eden raids today. We're not. Erastos, hello. How are you today? Welcome on in. Pinderweeb, hello. Welcome. Lovely to see you. Cloud, hello. My Bubbles, hello. Hiss, hello again. Why not? I'll say hello again, Hiss. Welcome. Greybeard, hello there. Among all the things he's got right before and may get right again, the release date will be the ultimate cork. It's coming. It's coming. It'll be released on Chex Notes that 1 week when you're extremely busy and can't play. I think that might be me. That might actually be close. 6.5 of September. 6.55 should be October then. Plus 4 months be February. Aiki, how did you know that 6.5 and 6.55 are being released on those dates? I thought that was information only I was pertinent to. Interesting. Okay. Yoshi P spilling the secrets to other people now, is he? Interesting. Dahlia, hello, how are you? Welcome on in. Chromatica, welcome. Joyous Boys, hello. Ninka Maya, hello. Gravshark, hello. JP Bedley, welcome on in. Reese's Sky, good morning. There is a very exploitable boss fight in 12 that you can AFK level all night without touching the game. It's hard to set up, but if you do it right, infinite levels and guild pretty much. Wow. At that point, would you not just cheat? save yourself some energy, you know, given the current crisis that we've got with energy costs. I'll just cheat my way to the levels, I think. I feel like I should play FF15 now that 16 is here. Yang, do it, buddy. Floating Fat Man, welcome. How are you today? Lovely to see you. August, hello. Lord WizKid, welcome. It'll probably be in the next Japanese financial year, so looking more like April 2024. You think so? You really think so? Roll for charisma, Nashoba. Shit. I do have a dice. It should focus. Boom, look at that. I fixed my camera, chat. I fixed my camera. There it is. Okay, that is a 9. Sorry, buddy. Get wrecked. My dirty secret as an FF fan is that I haven't played any post 9. Again, that's fine, I'd say. I'd say it's fine. I mean, I've only played 7, 8, 9, and 10. And now 14, I suppose. Terralyn, good morning. How are you? Welcome on in. What's his modifier? I would say Nashoba's modifier for charisma, probably a +6. So I'd make that a 15. I'd say that's a 15. I went to IKEA on the weekend and grabbed some drawer inserts for my shelving thingy. Installing that turned into a full day clean dusting in my office, which turned into giving the PC a full deep clean. Took it to bits and gave it a blasting with the air compressor. Felt like that scene in Malcolm in the Middle where Hal is meant to be fixing a light and ends up, yes! Monk, that's one of my favorite episodes. Genuinely. God, I've not watched Malcolm in the Middle in such a long time. I know what you mean, though. I did kind of the same this weekend. When I was clearing out... I've got the IKEA desk. If you know what that is, you know what it is. If you don't know what it is, it's a kitchen tabletop on top of 2 Alex drawers. And I've had this for 10 years now. And it's great. It's all I want out of a desk. And I thought, well, I'll clear my drawers out. And then when I'm clearing the drawers out, I'm like, oh, there's some Magic the Gathering cards in here. Let me go and tidy up my Magic the Gathering, area. And then I'm cleaning that out, and I find some miniatures, and I'm like, oh, let's put these back together, because some of them are broken, so I'm super gluing miniatures. It felt like the Malcolm in the Middle episode, so I feel you, Monk, I feel you. IKEA desk for the win. It's so good. It's versatile. You know, if you need to replace something, you can replace it. It's great. It's great. With FF7 Rebirth coming out in early 2024, I doubt they will want to overlap. Not to mention with Japanese Fan Fest being in January of 2024, they still need time for the media tour. Guessing April, May 2024 for 7.0. Really?
I thank you for your
Just an alright gamer.
Night.
Welcome back for 4 months. Thank you very much for the 4 months of support. Lovely to see you today, buddy. Hopefully you're doing well. Chocoboat's good, isn't it? You can't beat it. Can't beat it. I do think FF8 had some of the most relaxing music of all of the FF games I played. Don't get me wrong, I love 9, and it is my favorite, but so much of the music in 9, there is definitely some chill music, but so much of the music in 9 is either really depressing or really upbeat, and I don't feel like there's much in the way of middle ground. There is, but not as much as FF8. I relate to that so much, it is why I have to get help with cleaning. I spend all day cleaning and get nothing done if I'm left alone. Kendra, you're not alone. Trust me. What we should do is get a cleaning society, where basically we all join a Discord call and we're like, okay, you better be cleaning that one thing you're meant to be doing, and you better not have gone on a tangent and started cleaning another room or another shelf or whatever. And we can keep each other, occupied. We use one of the drawers for our cat toys, and one of the cats has figured out how to open it. Thankfully, he hasn't figured out the treat drawer. Hey, Jen, that's the important one. I've currently got the Freddy from IKEA, looking at ditching it for the motorized standing desk, though. I did have a motorized standing desk, as some of you will remember, because I kept accidentally making it go up and down during stream about half a year ago. I ended up returning it because it developed a fault, and I haven't gotten one again. I think it's great. I really do, but I don't know. For me, it left a lot to be desired. Maybe if I got a different motorized standing desk, I'd have enjoyed it more. I feel like we would have had a teaser trailer by now if it was coming out in Q1 2024, as much as I need 7.0. It developed the fault, yeah, the motor in it, Leonix. The motor just completely, it was like... That's my impression. I'm currently doing laundry while trying to get an EU alt through the MSQ. Hopefully by later this week I can catch up with you on this character. Sand Squared, I believe in you. You can do it. I feel like we should have a teaser. Right, that's Sorley. Hello, how are you today? I inherited a Mick desk, or Mickey desk from IKEA from a friend, and it's so narrow. Any recommendations for a new desk? Dawnforged, I again would recommend the IKEA desk. It's 2 Alex drawers with one of their kitchen counters on top. I don't know what the name of mine is, but I think the kitchen countertop was 100, and the desks were 40 each. Maybe more, I don't remember. But yeah, I got it on a discount 10 years ago. It might be more expensive now, I'm not sure, but it was 140 to 200 pounds all in, and I've got it 10 years later, so I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's my recommendation. It'd be a shame if there were a fan fest coming literally next month, and if they always showed a trailer. Do they always show a trailer? Is that like definite? Like, I guess they have to in a way. Imagine if you went to a fan fest when you're awaiting a new expansion, and they're like, no video. Sorry. Like, that would be kind of shit, wouldn't it? Because I imagine that's why they hold the event in the first place, is to sort of drum up hype for what's coming down the line. I have an uplift standing desk, it's great. Is that the Balam Garden theme? Yes, it is, Sordy. Yes, it is. Yeah, Dawnforge, give it a look. It's really good. I highly, highly recommend it. That's exactly what I used the IKEA setup. It doesn't do you wrong, does it? All right, gamer. Doesn't do you wrong. Solo outro, hello. Lovely to see you. Lord Quizkid, hello again. Hey, Zay, May isn't a bad guess of 7.0, but I feel like it may be longer, as Endwalker was a bit of a mess, and Yoshi B said he wanted to give the dev team more breathing room. I mean, I don't want to get... I don't think it'll necessarily spoil anything, but could you see them doing more than a 0.5, 0.55? Like, could it be 6.6, 6.7? Would you be happy with that, or would you just want to go 7.0? Out of interest. Like, again, from my point of view, coming from Warcraft, I literally played that game and there was a 1-year content drought, and then they released an expansion. There's no way they can go past. Wait, there's no way they can? Is there like a they just can't go past it? I don't think there's any chance of more than a 0.55. They've never gone past 0.55. I wasn't sure if maybe, you know, the circumstances might bring about the need for a 0.6 or 0.7, given the fact that COVID has put like a delay on everything, and they might not want to, you know, delay content further. I get you though. Definitely 7.0 needs a new chapter. The year-long Siege of Orgrimmar, that's the one, Smangler. That's the one. And I was subbed for like 8 of those 12 months. I was just farming mounts. All we know is that they never did. Okay. First FanFest will be a teaser trailer and maybe a job announcement. Second FanFest will be the full cinematic, and likely third will be the launch. I see. I see. Endwalker wasn't a mess. They were fine-tuning it, making it perfect for the players. How does that make it a mess? Did I say a mess? Because I didn't mean like Endwalker a mess. But they delayed things, didn't they? Due to the pandemic. Unless someone else said a mess and you're not talking to me, Laluna. Because that's what I'm getting at. Is that it made a mess of all of the timings. Do you know what I mean? Like, because of how they had to shift things, I can remember they had to delay Endwalker, right? They delayed Endwalker like a month or 2. So that's... I don't know how much of a knock-on effect that will have internally for them. But you got to think it affected so many industries, if not every industry around the world. And the way gaming had to adapt to it was obviously getting that working from home pushed through pretty quick, so, you know, work could resume on these games. They delayed a lot of stuff. Even in Shadowbringers, we didn't have any Hildebrand because they were lengthy and costly to make. I would honestly rather them focus on quality of life updates for the game for at least one patch, but I didn't see them changing their formula. I think the full cinematic will likely be in Japan. I mean, heck, they're taking out the whole Tokyo Dome for it, but I could very well be wrong. Only 2 weeks to fine-tune? They delayed 2 weeks to fine-tune some of the important moments in the end of the expansion. Gotcha. What was the bit I'm thinking of then? Oh, I'm thinking of 5.3. Sorry. Because technically 5.3 delayed everything, right? Because there was a big delay. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. I wasn't sure if that would still be having like a knock-on effect now. Because it's like a domino effect, isn't it? Like if one patch gets delayed, the other patch must be delayed, and then the expansions and patches, and you get what I'm trying to say. COVID delayed a lot of stuff, yeah. Normally expansions were always in summer. What I like about 14 as a new player, and as someone who's played other MMOs which demand a lot of your time, is, from what you guys have told me, there is no pressure to play. You can resub for the month they drop a new patch, play it, enjoy it, unsub, come back for the next patch, right? And if the expansion is half a year later than it normally would have been, I don't think that's a big compromise. I think as fans of the game, you can all go, I trust in the developers. I've played games where, you know, I don't trust the developers. Looking at Warcraft's past couple of expansions that I played, apparently Dragonflight is pretty good now, but you know what I mean? Like, I would be wishfully thinking, like, they're going to fix it, they're going to make it better, and then they wouldn't. Whereas I feel like you've got a certainty with Yoshi P and the gang that, you know, they're going to deliver something which they're going to be proud to show to everybody. If you have a house, you need to keep subbed, but otherwise you can take a break. Even if you want to keep up with the game, you need to only farm 450 tomestones a week. I got a cottage in the mist last month, so I can't unsub now. So outro, you're doomed. It is indeed FF8 music, though. Balam Garden. The only stuff you can miss is PvP and seasonal event rewards. Yoshi P said, like, we don't expect people to play this game exclusively 24/7. You can leave, it's okay. As long as you don't own a house. Yeah, which... I mean, how does it work with free company houses? Does, like, the guild leader, the clan leader, have to log in? Or can it be anyone who's, like, in the free company? Because I don't own my own home. I only have the FC house. Someone has to log in. As long as they're a part of the free company, it can be anyone? Okay. One of the things on my 7.0 wish list is additional veterans rewards. Maybe a Clive glamour. Socrates, Clive's the new main character, isn't he? I know people have alluded to the fact that they might do a crossover event. Maybe that'll be a part of that. You get email if your house is going to get demolitioned. Oliver, by the way, lovely to see you. Welcome on in. It was also a mess because I underestimated demand and had to stop selling copies because of the huge queues. Yoshi regularly begs players to play other games. It's amazing. Private homes has to be an owner. I gotcha. Taliesin, hello, by the way. Either the leader doesn't log in for long enough, the leadership transfers. I see. Even with a house, you have 45 days, so you need to only sub every other month. I'm the new main character. You named yourself after that character. Don't kid yourself, Clive. Don't kid yourself. Alina, welcome back for half a year. Thank you for 6 months of support. I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. Can we get some love in chat for Alina, please? Yoshi has implied now that the game is out. He will do one crossover, that is. My guess is, though, that he would wait until it's on PC. Right? I'd guess so. You never know. I don't want to open that can of worms, because I know there's a lot of people waiting for the PC port. The main problem here is that Square Enix relies a lot on 14's dividends, and if they pulled anything like that, sub numbers would tank. Pulled anything like what? Sorry, Crit? I don't... there's been so many conversations, so I don't know what that is in this instance. Currently, nobody knows anything that is going to happen once 6.55 comes, basically. We can all just theorize based upon previous release cycles, though they also announced that cycle is now longer to account for the fact that each patch is more complex, and they want CBU3 to be a crunch-free team. Gotcha. The pressure is also much higher now to keep content coming, with player numbers higher than literally ever before. Those same people just could easily go back to WoW, Guild Wars 2, or any other million live service games coming out. Gotcha. It's whatever Meatloaf wouldn't do. Good joke, Yang. That was good. I enjoyed that. Currently empty, but the header is there. Oh, 10-year anniversary site? Interesting. Can I view that? No, I imagine I can't view that. Huh. Any cool events that they've announced for 10-year anniversary? Alina, I know, 6 months. It's kind of unreal, isn't it? I can't believe it's been that long. I literally just got an email from an old US server FC I was in today. You get an email from FF14 Housing, which tells you type, world, plot, demolition date. It's actually really cool they do that. Oh, by the way, last day to enter the, what's it called? Twitter competition. Yeah. I joined it today. It runs out in 1.5 hours. So if you want to partake in those Twitter competitions that they're hosting, it runs out in 1.5 hours. So get involved. You might win something. Who was it that won something? Was it Pie's clanmate? I remember Pie saying something about it. By the way, hello VOD watchers. There you go. How's that? Hi VOD watchers. I see you watching the VOD. Don't you dare skip. Bit of Inception. Sov, how are you? Welcome on in. It seems there are 2 of them as well. One for the Chocobo and one for the Cloud. Chocobo, how dare you. I've also played a lot of MMOs. 14's regular content cycle is unusual. One of WildStar's selling points is monthly content drops, and I didn't even get the first one out. Lamb, I remember that, because I was like, there's no way. There's no way. And then, yeah, they completely butchered it. I loved WildStar, though. I really loved the housing in WildStar. All of us former WoW players are used to 9-month content droughts of patches that have like 2 pieces of new things in. Lamb, exactly. Exactly. I joke about the Siege of Orgrimmar wait, like the year-long wait for content. But like every expansion had that. Not to the same degree, but multiple months of just nothing, you know. Hey, Reese's Sky, see you in the VOD. Have a lovely day at work. VOD watchers are the best people. They are indeed. VOD watchers are very good people. I know a couple who watch the VODs. Hey, T-Rex, if you're watching the VOD. How you doing today, buddy? Welcome on in. Draz, how's your trip to Japan? Kendra, I don't know why, but I know you're in chat right now, but you might be watching the VOD. So Kendra, if you're watching the VOD again later for some reason, hi. And hello any other VOD watchers. You can skip like an hour? How dare you? Is your name Gorshan, Naughty? In WoW, I felt like I never knew when patches would be. Here they are like clockwork. It's wild, isn't it? I've said hello back several times while watching the VODs. Sofalia, it's pretty adorable. I like that. Iggy, I don't want to read that out loud. Damp, WildStar has a lot of good ideas, but a few really bad ones, sadly. Yeah, I mean, for me, playing WildStar, it was... And I'm sure some of you will be like, well, this one did it first. And it might have been SWTOR. But WildStar was the first MMO I played that had the ground markers to say, like, oh, this enemy is about to do an attack in front of it. Don't stand in front of it. And it would draw the little box on the ground. That was the first MMO I played that had that. And I remember thinking that was amazing. I was like, this is really cool. You know, it adds like an extra element to combat that MMOs I've played have never had, right? I really enjoyed that. And obviously Final Fantasy XIV has it. And I think it's brilliant. The housing in WildStar was great as well. I remember my house in WildStar was a rocket ship on like this floating green island. And I bloody loved it. I really did. I really, really enjoyed WildStar. It begins. I've started FF9. Oh, shit. Enjoy Hiss. I almost read that as 11. Kairos, FF11 was my first MMO. Very nice. What did you play in FF11? And out of interest, FF11, is that a game that you... Like, could I play FF11 now? And would there be references which I would pick up on in 14 that reference 11? Like a lot of them? Or have they tried to keep them separate? Other MMOs only had body language? I don't know what I said now, Pear. Big Draka. Oh, hi. Welcome. How are you today? Lovely to see you. I still miss Star Wars Galaxy's housing. Donington, I don't know if Grav Shark is still here, but Grav is the biggest fan of Star Wars Galaxies. I could already hear him typing furiously on his keyboard. There he is. Supersonic hearing, chat. Yes, they've streamlined a lot of the old bad decisions now. No real references per se. My radar went off. I kind of miss Aeon. I never played Aeon when it came out. I was big on WoW, and a lot of people that I played with went to Aeon, and I was like, that does not look like the game for me. You would see a lot of familiar-looking mobs. I thought that might be the case. That's cool, though. The only reference I've noticed of 11 and 14 is the event. Then again, I never got far in the former. Eureka is very reminiscent of 11. Darkstride. Thank you for bringing up Eureka. Chat, I need to quickly ask about Eureka stuff. Somebody said, and this is not rhetorical, I need an answer. Stormblood had Eureka. Shadowbringers had Bozja. I've heard on the Vine chat, Endwalker doesn't have anything like it. Is that the case? No? Not to date? Holy shit. What made them stop? It doesn't? It kind of sucks. What made them stop?
Your shield
oh
and
no!
Sword. Raise them high and welcome.
That's a shame. It's terrible? Not yet, at least. Endwalker got a deep dungeon and a savage mode. Okay. Thimmylicious. Is it Thimmy or Timmy? Thimmylicious, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I really do appreciate that. Welcome on in. Loud minority of people crying about it, I think. I'm pretty mad about it, to be honest. Is Timmy? Timmy, welcome on in. Can we get some love and chat with Timmy, please? Ladies and gents and friends from beyond the binary. A fellow Licious. Yeah, we've got Timmy Licious and Rio Licious. We just need a third individual of Licious, and you can be a trifecta. Which you can probably all agree was a poor substitute for Eureka. Are you talking about Bozja? Or do you mean the deep dungeon variant dungeon thing? Island Sanctuary? Okay. I hereby declare Endwalker a disappointment. Variant Criterion dungeons are fun though. I can't wait to give them a go. I don't even know what they are. I don't know what a variant or criteria, whatever. Sounds cool. Deep Dungeon and Savage Dungeons, okay. A lot of people complain about Eureka and Bozja, now they complain it's gone. Can't win. That's a shame. I disliked Eureka and hated Bozja. I'm not that far through Bozja, admittedly, but I, so far, much prefer Eureka. Much prefer Eureka. We need a zone that has the systems and quality of life of Bozja and the feel involvement of Eureka. I don't think there's any yums being yucked, Crit. I think we're having a good chat. Honestly, I disliked Eureka and hated Bozja. I'm not disappointed. Exploration zones are not taking a break. They've said they want to alternate between deep dungeons and exploration zones. Okay. Something I'm surprised the game doesn't have is like an archaeology-esque mechanic. I think archaeology from Warcraft, right? Someone literally said they'd rather poop on their hands than play Bosnia. That's kind of funny, though. That is kind of funny. That's extreme. That's rather extreme. What is archaeology? So in World of Warcraft, it was like a profession, right? I guess you could, if I were to maybe put it into Final Fantasy, I'd say it would count as a disciple of the land. And the way it would work is similar to treasure maps in Final Fantasy XIV, where it would say, oh, let's go and dig up this Allagan artifact. It'll be in Mordona. And then you'd go to Mordona and you'd get like this, an ability that would, when you're on the ground, you'd put like this little beacon down and it would be like, oh, head in this direction. I can detect the artifact somewhere in this vicinity. And you'd go like 200 yards west. You'd put your beacon down again. And then it would have like a yellow light, which would indicate you're closer and be like, oh, we're getting closer. Move this way. Kind of like treasure maps, right? I guess treasure maps is your version of it, right? I just liked being able to collect artifacts that would benefit you with lore, right? In the same way you've got the sightseeing log. I guess maybe the treasure maps and sightseeing logs have maybe made it a bit redundant. But I'd still like to see them do something with it, because I know people have mentioned before it'd be pretty cool to see a crit. I never got it either. Are you talking about the Aquamarine battle tank thing? I never got it. I love that silly little minigame. I loved it. It was so good. Treasure maps and Crystarium gathering quests? Crystarium gathering quests? I never did any of those, Taliesin. I'll have to give them a look. ESO's Antiquities is the superior version. I think Sov mentioned that a second ago, and I didn't get around to reading it. I didn't play a lot of ESO. Sounds fun, though. The Crystalline Means questline, I like those. WoW Archaeology was pretty fun. I think I got a mount from it. Only fun with Archaeology and Cataclysm for me, Raptor and Vial of the Sands. Yes!
I thank you for your continued pledge
Sinister.
to the knighthood.
Getting the Vial recipe was amazing. Pickle Kittens, welcome back for 34 months.
My monthly Bezos sacrifice to Endy.
Thank you, Pickle.
Everyone is wrapping up June nicely. We are halfway through the year. Indipok.
Well, I got some good news about wrapping up June nicely. Can we get some love and chat for Pickle, please? Chat, I'm not live Thursday. And you're probably thinking, whoa, that's not good news. I'm not live Thursday, chat, because we've got our first baby scan at 3 p.m. Keep everything crossed, chat. Keep everything crossed. That's all I'm going to say. Because last time we went for one, it was a disaster. A nightmarish ordeal. We thought it was going to be next Monday. Or this Friday. And they were like, can you do Thursday? And we were like, yes. Okay. So, yeah. This Thursday, 3 p.m, chat. I am dreading it. Absolutely dreading it. But know that, think of us in that moment. At 3 p.m. 1500 BST, chat. Just cross everything. But yeah, not here Thursday for that, chat. Thank you all for all the faith up and the love. I appreciate it. More than you know. We are very nervous. Is it your first? It would be our first solo, yes. It would be our first. We've been together 12 years almost. And, we've gone through life together in a way, and this is now our next step, as it were. So yeah, it'll be our first. But it's nerve-wracking, because last time this happened was a few months back, and it didn't go too well. So we're back again. And hopefully it goes well. It's funny how they frame it like, can you do this date? Like they're giving you a choice, not saying that if you don't pick that date, the next one is weeks away. Timmy, exactly. I had a consultation like last month, and they're like, can you do Friday? And I was like, no, when else can you do? And they're like, August? And it's like, okay, well, Friday we'll have to do. I know it's hard to tread down a familiar path where you've experienced failure or loss and are supposed to be hopeful, but you got this. Thank you, Greybeard. I appreciate it. I love the ESO, but the constant meta build shift. But start that again, Alina. I can't read. I loved ESO, but the constant meta build shift with me constantly having to get new armor sets and having to learn new rotations and the weaving, it burnt me out so fast. What is the weaving thing? I don't know if I want to go down this path because I feel like we could talk about it for a long time, but I hear that's a problem with ESO is weaving. Is it like attack weaving? Like auto attack, spell, auto attack? Is that it? Yeah, no stream Thursday. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be probably shitting bricks. So, much love from the Netherlands. I'll keep myself crossed entirely. Erastos, don't keep yourself crossed too long. You might end up in pain, but thank you. I appreciate it, buddy. That's why I never pay attention to meta in ESO. I have no idea. I've never done it. That's the one dude. Weaving spam mouse click between casts. It's a really bad mechanic. I feel like, listen, I'm not a game dev, but surely like a way to fix that would be to limit the amount of times you can click after a spell's cast? I don't know. I guess that it's been a part of the game for so long that they're scared to maybe remove it. Weaving is OG DCDs between GCDs. Okay, gotcha. Every time I've tried to do it, it doesn't work and I don't believe them. Sov, you say that, but one day you'll do PvP and someone will absolutely rinse you because they're doing it and you're like, wait a second. Are you weaving? Are you weaving? Well worth it, thank you, Erastos. Chat, the plan for today is more MSQ, of course. I don't know if there's any yellow quests here that you guys might recommend. I know that people have recommended in the past the yellow quests are really good, and I've sort of had a look on the map, and there's only two. One's called like bear something. Like bear pelts? Shit, what's it called? Bear baiting. And then the other one is called Your Inventory is Not Full, which... Wait, is that a triple triad? Oh, Gemstone Trader. Never mind. Bear asses. Yeah. Oh, man. One of the worst quests I've ever done in an MMO was back in Vanilla WoW in the Swamp of Sorrows. And you had to kill, I think it was wormlings? It was on, like, the western side of the map, and there was, like, this mob. And you needed to get one item from them, and the drop chance was like less than 1%. I killed so many. That's foreboding? Is it going to fill your inventory? I'm not going to lie, my inventory is filling up. Chat, I've started to hoard my triple triad cards again. I've had 7 Warrior of Light cards, and I'm yet to get Zidane. Something's up. Something's up. Anyway. I'm gonna get sad about it. Sai, how are you today? Lazy Rico, I don't know if I got around to saying hello. Endwalker has a lot of great yellow quests, but I'd suggest waiting for after MSQ for a lot of them. Okay. Gotcha. The Gorilla Drop in Vanilla Stranglethorn Vale? Man. Vanilla Stranglethorn Vale, I played on a PvP realm, Timmy. It made me get, like, I don't know, I developed like a hatred for undead rogues. Because I played Alliance. I'm an Alliance boy. OML, I had one of those gorillas as a pet on my hunter. I loved him so much. Meanwhile, me, hoarding 8 Hades triple triad cards. My first character was an undead rogue. Hiss, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know whether or not you want to take that as a compliment or what, but it doesn't surprise me. Alliance? SMH on following. A Night Elf rogue. And my name is just Dark. That's my name. Because I'm in the shadows. That's how early I played the game. Dark is my name. It feels like RNG is weird for me in FF2. I lost 258 materia. Edgy, thanks Defunct. Razor sharp. Having some Dark Stranglethorn Vale war flashbacks. Thanks, chat. Hey, the best part about Vanilla WoW was Taran Mill versus South Shore. Back in the old days of the PvP system, where if you killed an NPC, you would get a dishonorable kill. Yeah. Who remembers that? I went Undead Blood Elf Female Pandaren. That is such a wild twist. Hiss. That is not where I thought you'd end up. The OG Edge. Well, to prove how I'm more edgy than I'd let on, chat. I've got a Death Knight, and their name is Undeath. Monk can confirm because we played WoW together. The lag was a feature. I'm in fact that old. Female panda animations are the best. They're pretty good. Don't keck W that. Come on, Undeath's pretty cool. Edgy teenager alarm. And what? So what? Double edgy? There's another one, chat. Again, Monk can confirm all of the above. My warrior is called Fury, and he's a Fury warrior. But during, I think it was Mists, he was an Arms warrior. And it caused a lot of people to get very confused. Beard, hello, good afternoon, how are you? We were all edgy teenagers once, indeed we were. He is Dark, he is the Fury, he is NDD20. That's me. That's me. We were all edgy teenagers once, come on. Listen, I raided Molten Core listening to just the same Green Day album on repeat. Come on. We were all at that point in our lives once, right? I was a nerdy teen, ND Dark 20. That's what the D stands for. Clearly signed. The American Idiot album, Hiss. Come on. This music is so relaxing, it's good, isn't it, Shoybox? If you don't know what it is the Balam Town ambience from Final Fantasy VIII. Nightwish? Hey, not bad. Not a bad shout. What else did I listen to? Coheed and Cambria, which I know Yang saw recently. I listened to a lot of Coheed and Cambria. Linkin Park, of course. Sum 41? Who else did I listen to? Original Maroon 5? Love Coheed? Yeah, I remember the first time I watched one of their music videos, I was like, how is this man making that sound? I think they're great. I was not an edgy teen at all. I got into Japanese anchor music for a bit. Sum 41 are on their last tour and are disbanding. That is incredibly sad. Back then I did in fact walk alone. When I was like 12, I liked Korn and Limp Bizkit. Avenged Sevenfold? Yeah, of course, Hiss. I used to listen to them when I played shooting games. Don't know why. I love The Offspring. This is hitting awfully close to home. The Offspring was so good. Smashing Pumpkins. We could be here all day, chat. I need to play the game. I think Final Fantasy XIV is one of the first games I've played where I'll keep the music on instead of like turning it off and listening to my own stuff. Because some of the time, if I've played a game for a long time, like an MMO, I'm like, I've heard this song 20 times. I'll listen to something else. What this tells you is that we're all old. Yeah, we're not that old, so we're okay. We're not doing too bad. If you are like Coheed, you should check out an indie band called Witches of Mars. Very similar. Okay. At least nobody here likes The Killers. I like The Killers, and that's why you said it. Okay, The Killers are the best band ever. I'm going to spend the rest of the week listening to all my favorite songs from high school. Kendra, do it. Live in the nostalgia for a bit. Artisian, hello. We're talking about what music we listened to when we were teenagers. And I'm going to guess you listened to a lot of Fall Out Boy. There you go, that's my guess. I reckon Artisian loved Fall Out Boy. My music's more in the vein of bands like the Black Dahlia Murder. I have a nostalgia playlist on YouTube. I love The Killers. I had to cancel going to one of their concerts because of deployment. Oh, Winterfall, no. I saw them in 2017, I think, in Hyde Park, London, and it's one of my favorite like concerts ever. It's amazing. One of my co-workers' brothers used to be the drummer for Fall Out Boy. You haven't confirmed or denied whether or not you listened to them though, but that is bloody awesome. That's so cool. Good lord, that's been so long ago. Aerosmith, Metallica, Nirvana were mine. Man, I had like a good rock playlist I'd listen to. Hey chat, how about that Avril Lavigne? Avril's pretty good. I was a thrash and grunge kid. Death Cab for Cutie? Ah, Winterfall. Weren't we all teenagers for a time listening to Death Cab for Cutie? Follow you into the dark, thinking about who we loved. Hell yeah. Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Peak Avril. I'm a total 80s girl. Effin' love Alice in Chains. I don't think I've ever heard Alice in Chains. System of a Down, Bob Marley. Iron Maiden was my jam. Good Charlotte, anyone? Now, this might make some people feel old. I remember playing Guitar Hero 3 and being like, damn, some of this music's pretty good. Because there's so many bands that are, in that game. I was like, I need to listen to some of these. And that influenced a lot of my music at that time. Like, I was like, damn, I kind of like this. Pretty good. I had one of the members of Millen Collin as a substitute teacher back when I was a kid. That was pretty cool. Hey, very cool. Pearl Jam of hundreds of hours in Guitar Hero 3. It's so good. Cubic Pete, how are you today? Arna Shadowstar, hello, how are you? Welcome on in. Ah, dear. Speaking of 14 songs, I find it interesting how Soken & Co. create music that will not be annoying on repeat. Sure, there are some, but most don't. There could be some science behind it. Cypher, yeah. I'd love to know if there's any science to the music. I'm sure there is to some degree. Maybe like the BPM. I reckon the BPM's got to play a big part in it, right? Now I feel weird because 90% of the bands you're all listing are in my Spotify favorites playlist, and I listen to them regularly to this day. Rio, we're mind melding with you. The lag is bad on Zalira today. I may avoid doing the weekly raid lockout and chill with Endy instead. Make some time. Come chill. I picked up a real guitar after being blown away by playing Guitar Hero 1. Very cool. I grew up listening to country music, and that all took a hard turn in middle school. I still have older country music though. How many people here listen to video game soundtracks in their spare time? That's got to be like a thing we all do, right? Me? Okay, good. Yeah, good. That's a thing. Good, right? Yeah, I'll just. Doesn't it transport you back to a time and a place when you were playing said game? Like, I imagine for a lot of people who grew up and played FF7, for example, right? If you listen to the FF7 soundtrack, you're transported to being a child again, in front of the PlayStation, playing it. Listening to it right now while working. V-Bell, how are you today? Welcome on in. Hyperboy, I need to listen to mine properly. I have a huge playlist on Spotify of just video game music. I put the 2E soundtrack on my run today. I haven't even played the game, but the OST is a banger. Banjo-Kazooie soundtrack is great. The Skyrim soundtrack will always be will be something dear to my heart. There we go. That is comfy white noise. Dividus, I'm with you. I was such an orchestral music snob in high school because I was in band. That checks out, I think, Artisian. That checks out. Well, go on, hit us with some of your favorite orchestral music. Good video game music is designed to keep you focused and relaxed, so it makes sense to listen to it at work. Definitely. One of my favorites to listen to still to this day is Hollow Knight. It's just so chill. Undertale soundtrack is one of my favorites. I would turn my SNES on with FF6 in and sit in a particular location. Just listen to the music while I got ready for school. Winterfall, that's such a good idea. Silent Hill music? I mean, when are you listening to that? I've never played Silent Hill, but I imagine that's got to be very, I don't know, nerve-wracking to listen to. Do we have a playlist share channel? Chuck them in the media channel, yeah, if you want to share some stuff. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And the same way people have been looking forward to 16 just to listen to more Soken, which I can, you know, I could admire that. Carpenter Brute. Hey, Hiss, and anyone else who's into them. New Gunship album is on the way. They've pressed a vinyl record for it. No spoilers, but 16 music is so good, you're going to love it when you get to it. Hyperwhite, I cannot wait. Persona 4 Golden soundtrack gives me very happy vibes, instant smiles. Hold up, that sounds familiar. I swear it's from Windhill. The music playing at the minute is... I think we're still just listening to Balam Town. Yep, still on Balam Town. Oh, Hiss, I need to join that. Chat, I'm still sat here. Soundtrack for 16 is awesome. Mr. Gabs, lovely to see you, buddy. Hopefully doing well. Hopefully all the mortgage stuff is going well as well, because I know there's been some havoc in the mortgage area this past week. Hopefully it's not going too bad for you. I love Lord of the Rings online music. Oh, I've never listened to Lord of the Rings online music, Terralyn. I don't know why. I played Lord of the Rings online for like 20 hours, and I loved it, but just couldn't afford to play like the sub. Pillars of Eternity especially, another game I'd love to play at some point. Hey, Mr. Gabs, rest up, buddy. Rest up. I think it was Legend of Zelda that made me want to do band. That franchise makes me want to cry. Which one did you recommend, Artisian? Ocarina of Time, right? Lord of the Rings Online is still... has players? Chat, we need to play the MSQ. I know we're having a great chat, but I've literally not played the game. And people are going to get pissy, so we got to play. I tend to not listen to game soundtracks, so there are a few that made its way into actual playlists, including 14, Doom, and Killer Instinct, the latter two both being Mick Gordon stuff. I don't think I've ever listened to the Killer Instinct soundtrack. I've got the Doom vinyl behind me over here somewhere, and it's great. Wind Waker is my okay, Artisian, I'll check it out. Maybe that'll be the next Zelda game we play, just for you. Bury the Light is a must-have video game song. I don't know if people would agree with this. I imagine there's a certain, like, niche group of people here who might enjoy this, but I love listening to the Minecraft soundtrack. Like, I played Minecraft when it came out in beta, and I absolutely loved it. It was like Lego. I never got to play with Lego growing up, and I listened to that music, and I just feel so content. So nice. I've not played Minecraft in, like, 9-10 years almost now, but God, I loved it. It really does, doesn't it, Rando? It's really nice. The Killer Instinct music is fantastic. If you like his Doom stuff and want to hear him branch out into all kinds of genres, then his Killer Instinct stuff is ace. Lamb, I'll have to check it out. Minecraft Alpha and Beta OST is a time machine. Yeah, say it. Exactly. That's how I feel. It literally feels like I'm transported back to 10 years ago. Well, 13 years ago. Oh. Existential crisis incoming. My goodness. Okay, that's enough, chat. That's enough. We still don't have any music in the game because I believe the quest we're on has removed all music because we're meant to be very sad. I'm not going to talk about this too much. I don't know if the individual is in chat right now, but we had a moment yesterday in the VOD where we were stood by the grave with Alphano and Alice, and someone came along and played a song. And in the moment, I didn't really know how to react, and I was a bit frustrated. And I thought, if I were to then lash out and be like, "Oh, can you get out of the way? What are you doing?" It would have ruined the moment even more. which is why I was trying to be a bit patient with it and a bit calm, like, okay, let's move on now. So we, you know, the moment wasn't completely and utterly usurped by what happened. I will say, if anyone wants to play music on stream, you're welcome to do it, just not after a cutscene, especially one such as that, when there's a very serious subject matter we're having to contend with, right? And again, like, the content warning in chat, if there's anything in the game today that you're not comfortable looking at or talking about, look after yourself, first and foremost, and reach out to a mod if you need to. !CW. It should occasionally pop up in chat, but you get the gist. Because we had a really heavy discussion at the end of last stream. You handle it well, but I believe that was a rando we picked up in Charlian? Oh, okay. Right, I see. I think they made a Twitch clip, and it says, "There we are," and I think they'd clipped themselves on the stream. If you're watching, rando from Charlian, hello. They may not have got the etiquette of it all, so, like, I'm not gonna be angry at them. Maybe they didn't understand, maybe it was a short-sighted thing. Great song they played, I'm not gonna, you know, say it was an awful song. I love that song. It just wasn't an appropriate time for it, you know. But yeah, if anyone would like to play music, yeah, go for it, but just not there and then, you know. And again, we may have more serious conversations today. What happened yesterday was, you know, incredibly tragic, and I know we had a bit of a back and forth about the method in which... I don't want to talk about it too much, because I don't necessarily want to go back into that conversation. We were talking about the methods with which their deaths happened, and it was a very intense conversation. So again, if you need any help or want to talk to somebody, again, there you go, potentially triggering content, feel free to message a mod. You know, look after yourselves. I know, Grey Wing, all good. If it wasn't you, it's all good. We had somebody come in, and it's after the two ladies, the sisters, die. The cutscene ended, and someone stood on the grave and got out their, like, harp and started playing a song, and it kind of took away from the moment. I wasn't 100% sure if it was the same person. I didn't even know it was you who did it. I just remember seeing a clip saying, "There we are," and I assumed it was them. That's kind of cool, though, that you saw yourself in the background. Somebody on YouTube said, I can't remember the comment exactly. It may have even been you, Grey Wing. Someone on the YouTube said, "This is so surreal. I'm in the background of some of these clips." And I was like, whoa, that's so strange. Like, I could not imagine seeing me in the background of someone else's playthrough. I don't know, that feels very strange to me. I've arrived to a very serious conversation. No, you're arriving to me talking about a very serious conversation that we had yesterday. Yeah. Is there a way to... Is it performance? Sounds? Sound? If you let me know what the macro is, because I'd like to macro it rather than go into the settings every time. I think that's what they were doing, Cephalia. Performance volume? Performance volume. Performance 0? Someone will have to let me know. Is there a macro for it? It's in sounds for sure. I like the macro things. Like, I've got my music down here. Mount music. You get the idea. Lime, how are you today? Emily, lovely to see you. Dark cutscene. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Right, exactly. But yeah, moving forwards, yeah, none of that, thank you. I think it's just performance. No. Perform sounds. Got it, thank you. Crit, Lamb, look at that, neck and neck, and Hyperwhite. Well done, guys. I wasn't there for that, but I think they were trying to play the, they were playing the country song from FF8. No, I wish. No, like, anyway, it's all good. It's all good. I just thought I'd mention it, that I'd rather that not happen again. But it's all good. It's all good. Again, the events of yesterday were very, I don't know, unexpected. It feels like Garlemald was 0 to 100 for me. In that we got here, we had like a battle, which was... I didn't love the battle to get in here, but it was okay. You know, it served its purpose. We meet these refugees, and I mentioned that they were brainwashed, and I would like to quickly state again, when I say brainwashed, I'm not referring to tempered. I'm talking about propaganda having warped their minds and, you know, in that sense. Because I know a few people were like, not brainwashed, not tempered. And no, yeah, it's not trying to say that. If I were going to say they're tempered, I'd say they're tempered, not brainwashed. But hopefully you get what I mean. So if I refer to brainwashing, I'm talking about that. Indoctrinated, yeah, exactly. Right, gotta go shower, be back shortly. Hi, boy, enjoy. I'm going to continue. I'm going to turn off the music. Boom. Because there's no music in game at the minute, chat. I think we need to go and do this quest. So let's go and do this quest, shall we? Let's see how we get on. Only remaining issue is sweeping sounds from that damn emo. I know how to get rid of them. I know how to get rid of them, Ricker. All onto it. May I ask what you did professionally prior to streaming? VBell, you may. I was done at university and I thought, okay, well, time to get a job. And I wanted to do film. I'd got a film degree and I couldn't get a film job where I live because I'm in the end of nowhere, right? Nothing like that here. But I've got family, friends, Mrs. D20, who at the time I've been with for like 5-6 years. And I was like, well, what do I do? So I started my own little production company. And then that immediately went down the pan. It was picking up well in 2019. And then 2020 just killed it off. Because I was doing events coverage. And then guess what happened in 2020? There were no more events. So, streaming very fortunately became a way to keep my head afloat, and it's sort of just kept going. So, yeah, I never wanted to do this. I never had any designs to be a entertainer, as it were. But here we are, and I still pinch myself because I don't know how I did it. Very lucky, I think, is the main reason. Okay, chat, let's go in. Alphano. A way forward. Alphano's resolve may be shaken, but
Huzzah!
He has not forgotten his duty. Enoch Alazio, huzzah! Thank you for the follow. So brand, we got a new follow alert. Well, there's two. You can get A and huzzah. So yeah. Oh, Yang, that's very sweet of you to say. No, Enoch, all good, buddy, all good. We've got a new follow alert. Yeah, a new follow alert. It's a 50-50 chance whether it's, Emmett or Amanalane. Amanalane, a character in the game Leonix, went, huzzah! And I really found it funny, and I said I'll make that a follow alert, so. Oh, well, Chocobo, very sweet. Go back to spamming XDDQQ. Being nice doesn't suit you right now. It's either M or M. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we go. We've already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Yuki, that's very sweet of you to say. Very sweet of you to say. I've talked a bit about imposter syndrome in the past, and I don't know if anyone else in chat's ever dealt with it. A friend of mine has been dealing with it in their workplace. It's horrible. Horrible. And I imagine we all contend with it to a degree. I vote for Sicard's Oi Oi when the caravan first gets attacked. Zithwan, I'll see what I can do. I'll make it happen. Any chance there's a clip somewhere? I don't know if anyone clipped it. It wasn't like a particularly wild moment. It was just, it was such an unexpected voice line. In the same way Emmett saying, eh? Just came out of nowhere. It had that same energy. You know what I mean? Eminem? Eminem. I like it. Melody, I know for a fact we've got some people in chat who have dealt with both imposter syndrome and gender dysphoria. And while the former I can, chat about, the latter is a realm that I am not qualified to talk about. But hey, if there's any way I can support people with gender dysphoria, you'll have to let me know. But I'm not sure I'm the best person, given my complete lack of expertise in that area. You're very diplomatic with your responses, kind, but your point is made clearly. Very understanding and not dismissive, even if you visibly disagree with what's being said. Be proud. That does not typically come to people naturally. Well, V-Bell, thank you. I appreciate that. The way I view life is you know, we all have our own different opinions, and as long as someone's opinion doesn't directly hurt me or those around me, or really hurt anyone, you know, for that matter, I can respectfully disagree with somebody, and we can have a conversation like adults. Makes sense, right? And that same principle is what, I don't know, drives me in other areas, in that we've all got one life, and this is why I absolutely detest bigots, transphobes, you literally, like, insert massive list of people who are disgusting. We're all given one life, right? One life, one shot. And if somebody says, I want to love this person, who are we to say no? You know? As long as that person isn't, you know... there's loads of things that I can insert there, like, you know... You get what I mean. Within, like, the legal limits. If someone says, I want to love this person, I'm a man and I love this man, I'm a woman, I love this woman. You know, like, why should we say that's wrong? Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Is something the matter? The twins look out of sorts, and you two seem a bit off. He says the twins look out of sorts. Look at them. They look absolutely devastated. Treatment of the tempered is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there's anything to report, you'll be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Okay. Crit, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, funky, exactly that. Exactly that. No, Dapper Sloth, I have to check that out. I'm a big Bo Burnham fan. I've not heard that, though. But no, 100% funky, I agree with that. That's what people get, I think, people trip up on themselves. They feel the need to make the other person change their perspective. Or, like, change their opinion, right? And then it's just a fruitless exercise, isn't it? Gorshan, hello, you made it. Welcome on in, lovely to see you. Studley, welcome as well. Alasay and Alphino tell me they've finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask you for an account? Of course. Allow me to provide one. Is it going to be voiced? Feels like it's going to be voiced, chat.
Thank you for your report.
Hey. Okay. Volume up. Here we go.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Pre-watched. Ah, Rando, buddy. Well, I mean it. I mean every word of it. And I have absolute confidence in myself and everyone in chat.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! That most people in chat, if not everybody, feels exactly the same way. Like, that is... the one thing I hate, and I don't want to get too wrapped up in the conversation because I could literally sit here all day. I grew up in a town where we're like 99.8% white, right? And there was one guy at our school. One. What did I miss, sir? Just talking about life and stuff. 99.6 whatever percent white, and we had one guy at our school. Only one who was gay. And you might imagine that, you know, growing up in like this town in the middle of nowhere, there'd be a lot of bigoted people. Everyone rooted for the guy, and we all had his back. And if anyone dared say anything bad about him, people came to his back and said, "Don't worry, buddy, we got you." And that was the environment I grew up in. That while there weren't many people around me who necessarily didn't conform to the majority, we were all incredibly supportive of him. And then when we went to college and university, and we met, because again, like a very, I was gonna say, sheltered town, but everyone had their back, and that was the world I grew up in. Is that I knew from a very early age that you just supported other people, regardless of whether or not they liked, you know, men, whether they liked women, gay, straight, bi, trans, whatever. Like you just love everyone around you. As long as they're not doing anything harmful, you love them. right? And isn't that just like a basic principle that we should all live by? I don't understand people who live with hate. And I don't mean to stand on a pedestal and be like, I'm this really important person when I say that, but life is way too short to live full of hatred for people you don't know and whose life experience you will never understand, right? And I don't know. It's something which plays on my mind a lot, is that we do only have, and it's, a bitter truth of life, is that there's only one shot, right? We've got one chance. And if you live that life hating others for the way they want to live, right? If you want to be a bigoted, disgusting, horrible, hate-filled individual, what a miserable life that is, But if someone comes in here and, they're like, oh, I am gay, and they're coming out to you, the way you respond to that is say, great. That's awesome, right? There shouldn't be anything more than that. It should be, wow, I'm happy for you. I hope you find love, I don't get why that's so difficult. And it's really sad to see that that isn't how the world works. Really sad. And I don't know, we live in a world nowadays where being able to hate people who aren't like you is so easily done through the power of the internet and anonymity. Like you can go on Twitter and be like, hey, I just got married today to my husband as a gay couple, right? And then someone can make an anonymous account and be like, you listen here, right? You piece of shit, whatever. Because they can hide behind a screen and be totally anonymous. And I pity anyone who grows up nowadays in this world. Andy, I'm bi. Please don't hate me. Tidemore, why would I hate you? Why would I hate you? If anyone does hate you for that, Tidemore, bigger fool them. Because they're missing out on getting to hang out with a wonderful, lovely individual. And they don't deserve you. The correct answer is, I don't identify as anything. I am X. You tell them that's great and all, but I mean, pass the salt. Yeah, right? My sister is trans and came out to my parents a few years back. It unfortunately didn't go super well, but it's all better now that it just took my dad some time to adjust. Typical boomer, not my, but my son kind of stuff, but he came around eventually. As someone who lives in the middle of Alabama, I'm beyond ready to take in any of my daughter's classmates who get shunned. I've seen a few people come in saying, what's going on? It's just having a conversation. I think the thing that I hate the most is when people say, oh, don't get political. And do you know what I hate about that? How has... I really can't get into this because I'm going to get like frustrated and like proper like angry over it. How is love political? Answer me that, chat. How does that make any sense? How can that be politics? Human rights should not be political, I agree, Flavindi. I don't get it. I don't get it. Don't get political because I clearly don't like your direction. That's exactly it, Chocobo. After some time, you come to learn that people given the opportunity to learn about and connect with others don't find hate their go-to thing. It's often power structures interested in maintaining hate and spreading the attached ideas. I'm not surprised to hear you're a good ally, Andy, but it's always good to hear. Hey, McDougall, my pleasure.
Grab your shield and
I will say,
raise them
Melrador,
high and welcome.
Welcome on in. Thank you for the prime. I greatly appreciate that. Can we get some love and chat for Melrador? I was just gonna say, I've made a point of this on stream for a while. That often words, there's a lot of people out there who will stand on their soapbox and preach, you know, affirming things and be like almost like a life coach and be like, ah, you are loved and you can be loved. But words can be hollow, right? And I think actually acting and like doing the work is way more important than just people saying these things out loud, which is why we don't often have these conversations. It isn't because they don't need to be said, but this is a community where we do have people from all walks of life. Gay, bi, transgender, pansexuals. We've got people from all across the world, of all different skin colors, of all different races, of all different creeds, of all different religions, etc. Right? Like, did that happen because we're constantly saying, like, hey, safe place, get in here? No, it's because you come in here and the vibe and the general community exudes that without needing to say it. And I dislike it, even, and I'm a straight guy, right? I dislike that as a straight guy, watching people stand on their soapbox and, you know, shout hollow nothingness out into the world, because it just comes across as like, it's too much. Like, you shouldn't need to constantly be saying it, in my eyes. 100% way too late. I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. Exactly, Leonix, exactly. Fake positivity is toxic. I think it can be. Not in every instance, but it can be. Insincere. That's it, Dawnforge. That's it. 100%. 100%. Anyway. Don't think, chat. This is,
shield and
Enoch.
sword. Raise them high.
Thank you for the sub. I greatly appreciate it, buddy.
To the night.
Can we get some love and chat for Enoch? Thanks, bud. Oh, that's awesome, Risha. That is fantastic. Yeah, Goodler, you've literally, that is it. That's how we should all live. Gay, straight, trans, we can be friends as long as you aren't an asshole. That's it, right? I don't see how that, I don't know. It frustrates me, and again, I'm not the one being, you know, hated online and having to deal with it. Like, I get frustrated watching it happen. And I think everyone should. And I think not saying something in the face of it is almost, you know, complacency and inability to act on that when you see it happen around you. You're almost equally as guilty in not being able to stop it and pulling people aside and saying, hey, quit it, you know? Which is why we don't let it fly here.
Shield and sword.
Hey, T-Rex. Thanks, buddy. I said hello to you in the VOD, T-Rex. You're not meant to be here today. You little git. Can we get some love in chat for T-Rex, please? Thank you for the 5 gift subs, sir. Landing in the laps of Koyo, the Boyo, Greywing, V-Bell, Beard, and Shadowleer. Thanks, T-Rex. Now, you stop that. You stop that. T-Rex, you shouldn't be here. I said hello to you in the VOD. Can we get some love and chat for T-Rex, please? And Enoch and Melrodor. I was just going to end by saying, chat, because I do need to play the game. This doesn't end like the community and like what we've built. It doesn't end at the end of Pride Month, like a lot of companies and maybe communities may do. If you ever need to chat, if you need to chat with a mod, you know, if say you're being, you know, you're talking publicly about something that's going on in your life to do with maybe the fact you're gay, bi, transgender, whatever, and someone in chat is maybe private messaging you saying things, come to me or a mod. My DMs are always open, and we'll deal with it. That's the most I can say. We're proud all year round, exactly, JP Bentley, exactly. A wise person once said, all evil needs to triumph for good men to do nothing. No, to choose silence is to choose the side of the oppressors. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Let's go, chat. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
Hopefully something good that isn't
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified.
Okay.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war.
Yep.
Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it.
Yeah, where is
Fighting
Nerva?
broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Okay.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
Okay.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically.
Very similar.
Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly.
It's strange to hear Elidibus's voice. Not voice. Strange to hear his name, sorry, twice. Given, you know, I'm still a little bit raw from 5.3, in all honesty.
Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer.
Okay.
Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
Okay.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Remind me, chat, during the Wurlit trials, was there ever mention of Gaius being responsible for Varus? Sight, yeah, she sounded different. I don't know if it's because they were recording from home or something. A Potat, yeah. Did they mention him? In Wurlit, I didn't think so. I'm trying to think, I'm trying to remember the timeline of events. And I wasn't sure if maybe his children said they didn't believe he would ever do it in talking about killing Varus. Zaratik, yes, I've done it. We're talking about the Wurlit series, yes. It doesn't come up in Wurlit, but it may be mentioned in MSQ, I don't remember. I remember that, Dawnforged. I just wasn't sure if anyone had mentioned it to him. Interesting. Okay. That's why they reassure him, is because of that. I see. Okay.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
It makes more sense for them to pin the blame on Gaius than, say, Estinian, because I'd imagine everyone in Garlemald is very aware of who Gaius is, whereas saying Estinian, they'd be like, who? What? What's that? What's an Estinian?
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Asahi? I've been saying Asahi. It's Asahi? Like Lahi? Asahi? Ah, shit. I've been saying his name wrong for like 2 expansions. Ah, shit. Asahi? Crap.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there.
Oops.
One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers.
An immense tremor. And from that point onwards, they have no memories. Okay.
But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams.
Dreams, the dreamer, dreaming. Oh my goodness, memory loss. Almost in a similar vein to how the Forum was speaking about the control over memories recently. Oh my goodness, it's all connected, chat.
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Ooh, the Tower of Babel. Very interesting. A very interesting name. Okay.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Indeed it does.
We have something to show you all.
What do you have to show us?
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
Huh, okay. That is interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I'd noticed the ore. Or I'm assuming the crystal, right?
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Oh. Shit, that is in complete contrast to what I was thinking. I thought the radios were almost serving as like a signal booster for the towers.
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal.
But it makes sense that it wouldn't, because obviously none of those individuals that we just met were tempered. Huh. Okay.
And while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
Very cool. Huh.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
Oh,
My
Cyrena?
friends, I must speak with you.
What's up, Cyrena?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall.
Okay.
Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled.
Hey.
The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Yeah, well done, little son. Oh. Dagger on his back.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
His title being peer means, according to this, he is a petty officer. Either a veteran soldier assigned to assist the Centurion, a watch commander responsible with maintaining communication, or a commander of a small unit of infantry numbering 10 soldiers, according to the Encyclopedia Eorzea chat. There you go. A petty officer.
We
He's
are
so
not
petty.
here to invade Garlemald. Far from it.
He does sound petty.
Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe.
I didn't get to mention it a second ago, but when he referred to them as traitors, and Lucia took a moment to respond, again, I read about her story recently in the Encyclopedia Eorzea and how she had to deal with her own emotions of feeling traitorous when she turned to join Ishgard, when she was meant to be a spy to infiltrate Ishgard years prior, so she probably felt that way more than they did in that moment. I love her character. I think Lucia is fantastic. Love this music as well. Isn't this the music from...
Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this.
It's the Werlet music. From the town. What's the town called? Why have I forgotten the name of the town? What's the name of the town, chat? I've completely forgotten the name. Bickering, welcome, buddy. I cut my own hair the other day. Turncliffe. That's it. Thanks, guys. I love this music. It's one of my favorite songs in the game. Bickering, how are you, buddy? Hopefully you and the family are all doing well. Starquake, hello. What the sound, hello. Anyone I've missed in chat, hello. Obsessive Hobbit, loving it. It's fantastic.
Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
Diplomatic. Very diplomatic.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Okay.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Lucia. Oh, no.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
Are you kidding? Okay, yeah, you can come.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? I'd love to say that. I'm doing it. I've done it now, chat. Who's gonna stop me? Ah, they found it endearing.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Of course we will, Lucia. Don't worry about us.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
A sellsword? I'll have you know I'm the champion of Eorzea. Eulus? Yullus? Whatever your name is.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
Okay. It's not a self-appointed title. So people say, okay. I hate it.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Okay. You may have it back. It is! Eulus, that's it. Oh, he's a, gunbreaker. I'm guessing. Or a machinist with an absolutely huge gun. Who knows? Little son, I'd like to congratulate you on doing a good job. The lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the son. These being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by right theirs. Okay. Said your farewells, have you? Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. I know. This won't bring back the senior or a sister. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes. It's possible, but better to try than to give up. Every time. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat. Reward him for his boldness. Eulus Pier Nobanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the 1st Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. They are resilient in the face of hardship. You as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking. But what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. Where is Estinian, guys? Like, I've not seen him. He's probably in Mericidia. You seem very attached to that title, Endy. Do you want to talk to someone? I hate it here. Who? Leaning against a wall somewhere? Euless Pig Gigachad is his real name. Again, I know people are like, wow, it's just them following the rules of their own world, but I love the fact that I could consult the book and read a veteran soldier assigned to assist a centurion. Or a commander or whatever, and then he ends up being that exact role in the game. I don't know. I'm used to games not paying that much attention. Estinian is the dragon hunter. That's the one. You'll be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Bankrid in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Alright, Euless. Let's go. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Okay. So we're off to meet a commander of the 1st Legion. Not looking forward to this, chat. Not looking forward to this. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others besides him and this commander he mentioned. We will do only as instructed. After all, this is what we have been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alasay, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Endy. Endy. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alasay will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Euless will accompany you, Alphino and Alasay will then begin moving towards the destination. Don't fall behind, don't leave him. Ready to make the dash? Let's do it. I'm ready. Let's make it happen. You might know her as the champion of Eorzea. What's a commander len? A legatus or a pilus? I don't think I can look at the book right now. I will in a minute. I will in a minute. Endy, enjoyer of walks. I love a good walk. This must be the road he mentioned. Okay. If we follow this, it should lead to the station. Hell yeah. If you're a commander, your title would be, SAS. That's what SAS stands for. Crit, right? You got SAS, which means commander. You got Toll, which is leader of Legion's military tribunes. You've got Van, which is commander... Oh, no. Sorry. SAS is commander of a castrum. Van is commander of a legion. Like Livia. Yeah, exactly. Who I have killed many, 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 many times. Sorry, Livia. It's cool, though. I can't recommend them enough. The Encyclopedia Eorzeas are fantastic. Genuinely so good. It's nothing like the ones in Thanalan. We're here. I think. Okay. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Okay. Part of me is hoping Thancred is following us, but because he's so good at stealth, he can't be seen. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace, if one can still call it that. It truly is a terrifying sight to behold. I wonder what sort of conditions Ulyss and his comrades are living in. If they've any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor's spoils to take shelter. It still blows my mind that on the map, since I started playing the game, you've been able to see 3 towers sticking out of Garlemald on the map, which I just never considered that we'd one day see them. Admittedly, these are warped versions of those towers. Still so cool. North of the station is Regio Demorum. Regio Demorum? One of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off, understood? Understood. That's a porcupine's nest? We're getting closer to... Okay, read that. Sorry, Alpha. No. Okay, Ulyss. The last bastion. Ulyss knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye. They spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, we're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. I'm gonna guess ahead of time. What the hell is he doing on that wall? Mr. Jotun? Mr. Jotun! He's doing parkour, chat. What's going on here? Holy crap. I was gonna say, I imagine, waiting for the train, I imagine we're not gonna be going into the city as, like, in the overworld, as it were, which I'm slightly upset about. It looks way too far away for us to be able to go there. Waiting for the train, minding the gap. Living on the edge. Hyper White, you win. You win. He's going to work. Dear, oh dear. Moving on. Moving on. Hey, look at these cars around here. They're like proper cars. Holy shit. What? That is such a weird sight to behold. Couple of Volkswagens. Boxy Soviet cars. Yeah. With, like, what looks like levitation technology? Like, these don't look like wheels that are going to rotate. Do you know what I mean? That is something I never thought I'd see in the game. Cars? In my Final Fantasy? I see why your comrades chose you. Ulyss, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They are beyond saving. Those who thought differently tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, We have to keep moving. Speaking about cities in video games, I know why they do it, but I feel cities and MMOs are way too small scaled. Not a big fan of the game, but in Black Desert, the cities and towns felt way more natural. I tell you what, yeah, you know me, I've played WoW for a long time, and I'm not very happy with the direction the game's gone in recent years. But I think what they did with Suramar and the city during Legion was a great step in the right direction for what a city should look like. Divinity's Reach is another great example. No, yeah. I love Divinity's Reach. Suramar could have been a cool hub. Suramar was awesome. This zone is the most divisive in the whole game? Really? I'm enjoying it so far. It's definitely a very oppressive environment. I'm not really going to spend a lot of time here when I'm done, but isn't that the point? You know? I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in Divinity's Reach and Guild Wars 2 just running around. Lovely capital city. Looks like we're being followed. We will continue onward. Oh, we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. Regarding city sizes, I try to assume that there are residential and commercial areas behind various gates. Well, that's kind of like... And I was thinking about this actually earlier today. And it's one of those things that when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, I was very keenly aware of. And now that I've played the game some more, I've kind of forgotten about it. But something which I've been used to in MMOs is I can get on a mount and literally fly from zone to zone to zone with no loading screens. And I'd kind of forgotten that was a thing, because I'm so used to playing Final Fantasy where every zone is its own instanced area. It kind of threw me that I'd forgotten that was a thing in, say, like WoW, for example. Compared to Korthia, the supposed City of Secrets, when in reality it was a desolate slog of a wasteland with one building. City size is an issue, as I easily might look empty when content provides less and less reason to go there. Definitely. Definitely. But the point I was going to make is, like, when I'm in Ishgard, the city is made bigger by the residential district. Even though it's not always there, the fact that I can go to this residential district and, wow, look, player housing, it makes it feel so much bigger than it otherwise would be, you know? Like Sharlayan, I quite enjoy Sharlayan, but I've run around it a few times now, and there are like more buildings on the horizon around the edge of the city. And I'd love to be able to just run around there and make the city feel a bit bigger. But not that I hate Sharlayan. I don't want people to think I hate Sharlayan. It's my favorite city. I love it. But yeah, I just wish it were a little bit bigger, as if it felt a bit more lived in. Soladin, how are you, buddy? Lovely to see you. I can't wait either. Dead context. It's a good point. Good point. I mean, I would sometimes look. I'm mainly looking at my action bar. Anyway, the surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we can try again to convince Euless that the Tempered can be saved. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. I meant what I said. These people only deserve death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered. That is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Yeah, Spade. And there's one lady you can speak to. At least I remember it being a lady. Who's like, oh, I've purchased my house. I can see it from here. And I think it's on the eastern side of Sharlayan. And she's looking out at these houses. And it did get me thinking, that would be a cool residential plot. I'd like that. I find it difficult to leave Ishgard. Combo of the atmosphere and music. It's a very nice place to be, isn't it? A realistically populated city would probably not be great for gameplay. I agree. It's one of those things, right, where they've got to find a middle ground. Hey! We ran into these in Zot. And they're called, like, Tempered something. Tempered Imperials. Okay. I don't know what the hell has happened to them. I don't know why their bodies are changing in the way they are. I was trying to figure this out when I was corkboarding after Zot. My only guess is it's similar to, like, the Hypertuned. Where maybe they've been, like, over-tempered. They've been left to cook for too long. That it's begun to have, like, an adverse effect on their corporeal flesh. You know? To think they were once ordinary people. Just innocent men. Such a transformation is likely irreversible. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Shit. Onwards and upwards. Hiss, you got it. Well done, men. Huh. Very cool. When you're exposed to too much ether, it can end up changing your body, and that's when it cannot go back from being tempered. We found that out, didn't we, in 5.4? Yeah, 5.4, wasn't it? During Azisla? Is that when we find that out? Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to the other cities. Though I wish there was another way, I thank you for keeping us from harm. It is 5.4, gotcha. Don't get me wrong, I loved 5.4, but chat, like, I pay attention to the game, as you know. I make notes about the game. 5.4 into 5.5 into 5.55, and then having to theorize for the corkboards, everything, my brain became mush. So there's lots that happen probably between 5.2 and 5.5 that I'm a bit loose on. But I do remember it. It's just I won't be able to immediately call it back. Hey, Megamagicna, very true. Very true. I hadn't made the link between that and being over-tempered, you know? I've been tempered by the corkboards, yeah. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. Okay. Olasay also spoke to Tiamat. Taliesin, very true. Speaking of Tiamat, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I feel like I'm a meme at this point. Banging on about Tiamat and Estinian and Vritra and Race Velgar and the missing dragon Asdaya and Mericidia and... We're going there, chat. It's happening. I can feel it. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Do I dream of dragons? I used to have a book growing up, and it was like one of those big, chunky, like, square books, and it was called The Book of Dragons, and inside, there were, like, different scales of dragons that you could, like, rub. And there was, like, a vial of dragon dust and shit. It's good. It was a good book. She clearly has no intention of speaking with you, so I'm just trying to say, chat, I've been obsessed with dragons for some time. So, over-under on one of the zones being Mericidia? Oh, it's 100% gonna happen. Maybe not. Maybe not now. Maybe not in this expansion. Maybe not next expansion. But it's gonna happen. Yeah, I quite like dragons. I like dragons. Is Imagine Dragons your favorite band? No. Yes, they're not. No, they're not. Oh, shit. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is so bizarre. What the hell is this? We're like... I'm in the London Underground. This is awesome. I'll be with you guys in a second. Wait there, wait there, wait there. Amanu? I'm butchering it. Amanu. He clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Flavius. No intention of speaking with you. No one wants to speak with me, chat. Oh my goodness. Are you all wearing glamours? You are. Wait, do I have... Wait. I think I have an Imperial salute. There we go. The music's so quiet in the background. This is so surreal. You've all done a great job with your glamours, genuinely. You look great. What a way to make it more... Hey, wait a second. Wait here, guys. I'll be back in a moment. Something very important has appeared before me. Tertium. Tertium is the third station along the rail network which serves the imperial capital, of Garlemald. Equipped as a dispatch yard with generators and other facilities, it was taken over and fortified by the remnants of the First Legion following the city's fall into ruination. Ooh, a shiny thing, said the streamer. That's right. Hold on. This is so... not what I imagined to find. This is awesome, though. And look, there are people over here who have made, like, refuge in the train to use it as a shop window. And yeah, again, still no one wants to talk with me. Fascinating. How did you get that shiver emote, Armo? What's that? That's cool. Very appropriate. Eureka? Eureka? I've done a lot of Eureka. Do I have it? What is it? Shiver? No. It's 4 million gil? You get it from Eureka lockboxes. Holy crap, I've never gotten it. I've done a lot of Eureka, chat. A lot of Eureka. Yeah, the music comes out of the radios. Isn't that cool? Could have brought it if you hadn't used the hat. For people who weren't here yesterday, I was showing off my brand new helmet that I got from my quick exploration, and then chat told me I could sell it on the market board, and it sells for like 10 to 15 million gil. My dinner tasted like shit, chat, because all I could think about was the fact that I'd not sold this helmet. I was just like crying into my food. I was like, oh, I don't even like it. I don't think it even looks that great. I saw it sold for cheaper and I wouldn't have sold it if I knew I'd be using it for these areas. Sign. Imagine losing out on 15 million. I got 4.5 million after playing for almost a year. So, anyway. I had no idea they had such an expansive structures built on the ground. Neither did I. Neither did I. It's only 1.4 million gil in NA. Someone said it was up for 10 mil on their NA thing. Oh! It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Euless is willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must all be exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. Okay. I'll have a look. I tell you what, after yesterday's stream, I was so tempted to reinstall Fallout. Because, I don't know, the aesthetic of the radio playing and the music actually emanating out of the radio reminded me of playing Fallout 3 for the first time. I don't know. The Aetheryte is not responding? That's a shame. Okay, never mind. Okay. Imposing commander. My goodness. Fidgeting quite a bit. Okay. I'll just say. He certainly looks the part. Now comes the true test. Here we go, chat.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Like the voice?
Yes, sir.
Imposing commander.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Quintus van Kina. Quintus van Kina. Quintus van Kina. I'm just repeating it so I don't get it wrong down the line. Quintus van Kina. Quintus van Kina.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
That's a bit of truth, isn't it?
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned.
War never changes, eh? Make some time. Great way to link Fallout into what's happening. I like that. Amazing chin strap beard. It's nice. I like the little, like, bit of hair dangling in front of his third eye as well.
Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that.
It's an interesting parallel, isn't it? Again, to think about how the Empire perceives the world, perceives war, and perceives bloodshed, and how Sharlayan perceives it, like literally opposite ends of the spectrum. And while I'd love to be able to root for these guys in some way, because, you know, it's nice to root for people and hope that they succeed, we had a whole expansion that looked at what the Empire had done to the peoples of Doma and Alamigo. You know? We've been on that side of the trenches, and we've seen firsthand the horrors they've committed. And then he speaks of defense. And oh, poor us, you know, ousted from our homeland. When, again, we had a whole expansion looking at how two people had to deal with the fact that under Imperial rule, those people suffered in their homelands because of them, you know? It's so hard to be able to support them, even now. Garlemald will be brought to heel. My dude, Garlemald doesn't exist anymore, right? We need to stage an intervention.
What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald?
Oh, there are many reasons.
Is it
many
because
reasons.
we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
Okay, buddy.
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Crit, I was literally thinking the same thing. Like, I don't want to bring up real life stuff, chat. But like, playing through this game and playing through this war in-game, when there is one happening hundreds of miles to the east of me, and to the east of many Europeans, is, it's really unsettling in many ways. Because I watch the news as does anyone, and there's so many things which have happened in the game in this storyline, and in what people are saying, such as Quintus here, that echo sentiments you see on the news. And it's just... it's hard to separate fiction from reality when these things feel so intertwined in many ways. And I'd love to really talk about it, but it's just miserable. And I watch the news enough. I imagine enough people watch the news. It came out 2021. the game Leonix. So this came out, and then probably 3 months after, I think, the war would have begun. Give or take. Exactly, Dapper Sloth, and that's what the game's excelled at. And not just in terms of war, but like real life as well. In terms of like human emotion, relationships, love and loss. The game tackles that stuff with ease, and they do it really well. Garlemald is supposed to be an amalgamation of the past empires, but yeah, hard not to compare them to... Yeah, exactly. There's another 14 streamer that was living in Ukraine at the time, and she was displaced. They did a fantastic job with writing something where you can make parallels to real-world events, be it historical or current. Something he said a minute ago, which... yeah, I'm not going to get too into it because I do not want to bring the stream down and get all sad about it, but just echoing something which I read in the news literally a week ago. It's crazy to me. Consider the culture from which the writers were raised. Yeah, exactly that as well, Terralyn. Yeah, and he's so set in his ways that he's blind to reason and blind to understanding that...
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
Okay.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Collar them? Good luck. Oh. They've done it. Okay.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
And this guy's trying to take the moral high ground.
Stop. Keep away from that one.
He's put shock collars on children that he's imprisoned. And he's like, yes. I'm in the right.
The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Champion of Eorzea! Hey! There you go, not self-appointed, chat.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
That's really mean. I feel bad now that I said they'd put it on me. Oh, dear. Talking about and exploring the themes in the game is pretty important. 100% Cope, I fully agree. Which is why I brought up the war which is happening in Ukraine at the minute. It's more the fact that I don't want to delve too into it and just talk about the war in Ukraine. Because again, I watch the news every day and it is not good for me to keep consuming it. So do I want to talk about it here? Maybe not so much, but the parallel between... And again, it isn't just what's happening in the world right now. Because again, you got to think this game came out months before that happened. But the fact that there are so many parallels to be drawn between not only what is happening, but what is being said, the rhetoric, the same arguments being used, it just goes to show nothing changes. You know? It's just depressing. Beyond belief. Torture and threats, a great basis for fair and just rule. I mean, we're in charge of when Alphino gets an electric shock. I like that, Sov. Yeah, history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. Yeah. Definitely, Atma. Definitely. Somewhat uncomfortable seeing the F word used so nonchalantly in chat. F word. Who's using an F word nonchalantly in chat? Madam Faith, bear with me. The F word. I can't see it. I think they mean fascism. In what way? Hold on, let me read through chat. I didn't necessarily see it. As long as people aren't advocating for it, I think we can discuss it. Yeah, Ike, that's it. I don't think it's not. It's pretty objective in this instance. I'd agree. Calling fantasy characters like that? We've spoken though about how I get what you're trying to say about calling fantasy characters fascist and how that might be uncomfortable. But like, it's an art form, right? And it's representative of the world we live in. And I think if the shoe fits, which it most certainly does, it's appropriate. Right? Like, I get how it might be uncomfortable if you see the game as an escape to think that fascism exists within a game. But it's what's happening in the story right now. Getting bogged down in real-life comparisons, though? Well, no, we're talking about how what is happening right now is happening in real life. I don't think that's getting bogged down in it. I'm talking about how it's extra uncomfortable to play through when the news, when I'm done streaming, I watch the news and I'm seeing this happen in real life. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not like, wow, this guy is old Vlad, you know? I'm not making one-to-one comparisons. I'm talking more about war, fascism, people feeling unwelcome in their own country, you know? Allegorical, exactly. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This is a very, like, hey, we maintain a safe place here. I spoke about this earlier in the stream, but I think these conversations, while uncomfortable, aren't wrong. Right? If a fantasy character is written to be a fascist and we don't call him a fascist, that's a real disservice to the writing. 100%. The beauty of this game is the story it tells. How the characters feel like they could be real people and the places feel like real places. It can be uncomfortable sometimes, but that's the story they're telling, definitely. Phoenix Senpai, 100%. I think in us not calling it out for what it is, that would be a disservice to, again, the writers, but also to anyone who's ever suffered under the hands of fascism, right? Discussion is important, and again, this is what I was talking about a minute ago in response to what Cope said. Real-world fascists and their supporters have a record of trying to shut down or narrow discussions on fascism. Yeah, again, like, Madam Faith, I imagine your concern, at least this is my hope. It's understandable, sorry to bring it up, I felt vibe going somewhat political. Well, it is political. The story we're existing in right now is a political story, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to try and have a good conversation about it. Let's not dogpile too much. We'll talk about it in a nice way. I can understand to an extent where you're coming from. Because again, if you're playing a game and you find it as an escape and you don't like this, it can be hard to tackle. But it's an uncomfortable truth of the matter, right? Like, what we're experiencing right now is a political-fueled story, right? Yeah, exactly. Everything can be political, yeah. During occupation times, many use theater to spread their message, so using stories as an allegory to real life is yeah, exactly, Eka. Exactly. And also, don't mind me saying it again, this isn't, I don't want anyone to dogpile on Madam Faith. Aren't most Final Fantasy games, like, one of the pillars of what makes a Final Fantasy game, having, like, some charged political story at the center of it? Like, isn't that bread and butter Final Fantasy? And it's been there throughout the entire game. Every expansion has been politically driven to an extent. Shadowbringers definitely had a little bit less of it, but you get what I'm saying. Not my FF, Endy. But no, like, don't... I know some people might find it uncomfortable to talk about it, but it's the state of it. And we literally spoke the other day about how, and even earlier today, we spoke about how... Right, Oxbow. Hello, Quintus, how are you? We spoke earlier and recently about how the game does such a great job of representing the real world that we live in. And that's why I brought up what's happening over in Ukraine at the minute, because, you know, this isn't something which is based on history, it is. But as Sov said, history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. It's all real-world experience, right? Within the game and within the story. And you know, the political part is just another cog in the machine that is Final Fantasy XIV. I don't think there's anything bad about that. I think political stories can be very good. And it definitely is. The game's been fantastic so far. Right, Crit, exactly. The section of the game made me cry several times. The point they made was very clear, but uncomfortable or painful topics can be so important to storytelling. Can't have light without shadow. Dahlia, indeed. Dahlia, indeed. Wheresoever light goes, shadow will follow, I think is what it says at the end of Stormblood? I can't remember. And Shadowbringers Alphino literally said he wanted to destroy Yulmore as it was paradise built on the bones of the poor. This is true. There are political themes as well. When I say it's not as prevalent in Shadowbringers, like compared to Stormblood, where it's like the beating heart, when you go back to A Realm Reborn, where so much of it... I mean, maybe admittedly, Heavensward's at the bottom, then Shadowbringers, then A Realm Reborn, then Stormblood, and now Endwalker, I'd say. But not that it needs to be ranked, but that's what I was mainly talking about. There is definitely political... I wouldn't even say undertones, overtones, right? In each expansion. The very political nature of Garlemald is one of the reasons it's one of my favourite zones in Endwalker. Well, the important thing to remember is in all of this is that much like the history it's based off of, and much like the real war that's happening right now, and for reference, I'm sure Monk doesn't mind me saying, somebody Monk knows was drafted to be in the Russian army for the war, and the guy is, by all accounts, a lovely guy. Monk played D&D with them. An innocent man. There are innocent people, the vast majority of which I would imagine, I don't know for sure because I don't know them, you know, personally, but there are innocent people on all sides of the battlefield, in real life and in the game, you know. So while we're here and while we're dealing with this Quintus, so many of these soldiers surrounding us in the game right now are innocent people. And that's another important part of a political-driven story like this, especially during wartime, is that not everyone in this instance is evil incarnate, right? And we need to do our best in order to help those who are innocent and have just been raised in this environment, and we need to do all we can in order to give them the relief we can possibly muster. I really like that we get to go to Garlemald as a relief humanitarian mission. I always feel bad when fighting enemies that are probably conscripts. But that's like... In the real world, that is tragedy, and it is. And in the game, it's a tragedy as well, but it's also such an interesting plot tool in order to sort of teach us more about the world. Like, you play the game, and then you can see it reflected in the real world, and it should broaden your own understanding of what's happened, both in the past and what will come to pass, right? You can even see how terrified the soldiers are here when they find out you're the champion. Yeah, they were like whispering with each other, weren't they, Coyote? Like, oh shit, it's a champion. Many of the soldiers that rushed in are Eorzean. They were subject to the same brainwashing and enslavement. One of the guys in Camp Broken Glass even admitted he used to be a conscript. Definitely Killix. I mean, you gotta think, in 5.55, is it? We get the little bit of, or was it 5.4? When Melvib is making reparations with the tribes. You know, that's going back to a plot point that happened in A Realm Reborn that left me feeling a bit, you know, uneasy. And we went and touched on it again. And it was really well done, I thought. If not a little bit rushed, but I did like it. I did like it. As a matter of agency the average soldier did or did not have. In the context of war crimes, the military machine makes it so that there are many soldiers who psychologically had no choice. To be certain, there were many monsters, but not all. Exactly. It's going to be interesting to see that play out in the game, I think. Seeing something from the perspective of another isn't easy, especially if it's your enemy. The savior for us may be the destroyer of another. Emmett had a quote before his fight about history, and the winner being the hero and the defeated being the villain. That is another aspect. There is a fantastic quote from, I want to say World War II. Don't think it was Churchill. I want to say it was Churchill, though, because he had quite a few nice quotes, which is very similar to that. About history will be written by the victor. Someone will know. Who is it that said it? I'd laugh if it was Churchill. I just guessed it would be him. Red Dwarf Rimmer? Red Dwarf, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Someone find out who said that, because I'm interested now. But anyway, it's so true though, isn't it? We even have a non-interventionist side with Old Charlie, which is more relevant than ever nowadays. 100%. 100%. Emmett said it in Shadowbringers. I don't think he was the original. It was Churchill? There we go. History may be written by the victor, but we are all judged by it. Oh no, it was French philosopher Voltaire. There you go. Tojo, I also played Call of Duty 1. United Offensive. Churchill's not the origin, it's Voltaire. There you go. Emmett says the victor shall write the tale and the loser be its villain. Yeah, I'm talking more about the quote which I imagine Emmett's quote is based off of. That's what I was talking about. Which is history is written by the victor. I heard it in Legacy of Kain. Ah, there you go. People, you all in one guild? D20 Holy Rainbows. Zaratic, that's us. That quote is everywhere, yeah, exactly. It's a great quote. Because it's true, isn't it? Anyway, moving on, chat.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
This is so dark. They're wearing shock collars. Didn't imagine that would happen at the start of today's stream. Blimey.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. Did not imagine they'd have that in there. That's kind of nice.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
It's interesting that the story is beginning to place such a great importance on memories, and so far in this expansion we've had so many flashbacks to previous moments in the game that it's a nice way to sort of bring our memories as our warrior of light to the forefront. It's really nice. Horsefan appeared from 2.55? Or was it 3.0? I can't remember when that quest happens. I think it's 3.0, because Alphinaud's voice actor had changed at that point. I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can for the refugees. It will take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. Personae non gratae. Eulus has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, Or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. The cutscene was him with the Coco. I couldn't remember if that, because we share that post banquet. Do as you will. But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. Okay. You, on the other hand, you may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. Do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alasei will pay the price. Go on, use some magic? They're okay. We're good. You heard what I said. Don't make me repeat myself. Okay. Let's have a chat with some people, shall we? Dorsenis. Ceruleum and other necessary materials are in short supply. I'm not sure how long we can last on the stores we have. Chat, I don't know if you remember what my theory was. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Garlemald. I imagine word of what happened in the Far East and Garibania, most recently Wurlit, have made their way to the majority of Garleans. We know Nerva, Varus' cousin, is making a bid for the throne. Will we become tenuous allies? That hasn't happened. I imagine we'll have to contend with Xenos' tempered Garleans and Nerva's legion. We'll be able to assist those wanting to flee the continent and avoid the wanton bloodshed. So far, none of what I predicted has really happened in Garlemald. I wasn't even sure we'd be coming to Garlemald, so... I mean, that's kind of a win, I guess, that we got Garlemald, but... I thought it would be a bit more of a bloody encounter. But it's sorrowful to see them as they are now. It's you, Hendy Knight. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. I was ready to abandon all hope, until I saw you. You, soon, very soon, will make you pay for every life you've taken. Literally going back to what I said a minute ago about how there are innocents on all sides of a battle. So cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn. To all the sutures. Of all the times. The worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the thirds bleeding us, it would be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos. We were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone, I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. How it must pain Lord Quintus to see our proud legion reduced to this. My suffering, my regrets, They are nothing compared to this. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. I wonder who gave them the radios. Unless they didn't want everyone to be tempered, but surely it would be in their best interests if everyone were tempered. Get out of my ear, will you? I'm exhausted and the last thing I need is you and your drivel. Okay. Decimus. I know who you are, Endy Knight. Champion of Eorzea, yes. Our orders are to give you the run of our encampment. I have my eye on you. So what business do you have with me? Tell me about yourself. I'm Decimus, Centurion of the First Legion. It is my sworn duty to defend the Garlemald from barbarians such as you. Your very presence here is an affront to my honor. And what kind of a place is this? This is Tertium, third among the stations that encircle the city. The decommissioned carriages here now serve as the First Legion's temporary base of operations. It has also become a safe haven for those fleeing the turmoil that has befallen the capital. What scant supplies we have are distributed among civilian and soldier alike, and we strive to maintain some semblance of order in these dark times. Our true objective, however, is not merely to survive, but to reclaim our home. We have no time to deal with your band of savages, and if you dare to interfere in our affairs, we will not hesitate to cut you down. And there is an underground map. What's that? You mustn't worry, darling. I'm sure he managed to escape just like we did. Blimey. Press X to doubt. I love that as a player you're like, no, of course that's not me, but to them it is. Such good writing. The Garleans are the bad guys in that skit. Yeah. Mitchell and Webb, yeah. Another one. With bad guys. We've got skulls on our hats. Or on our uniforms. I can't remember the line. Will these guys speak with me now? No matter what may betide of my daughter, that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights.
I thank you for your continued pledge to the knighthood.
Hey, Airborne, hello. Can we get some love in chat for Airborne?
Howdy y'all.
Howdy y'all. Welcome back, Airborne. Thank you for the tier 3 for 37 months. And also a massive congratulations to Canopio. Hey, Andy, how's it going? I don't know if I told you, but we're awaiting baby number 3, and we just found out today it's another girl. Well done, man. Massive congratulations, Canopio. Very happy for you. We've got our first scan, Canopio. Not going to be, you know, we're not going to find out the gender on the scan, but we've got our first baby scan on Thursday, and I'm nervous as all hell. It's going to be fun. But, buddy, congratulations. And Airborne again, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you, buddy. How are you today, Airborne? Hopefully you're doing well. I love your new companions at work, the 2 doggos. Very cute. Thanks, guys, as well. Cheers. Yeah, I'm not going to be here Thursday. I'm going to be getting the scan done. Not on me. Mrs. D20, of course, but I'll be there. Popeye. I've never been this cold or this hungry in all my life. While Garlemald was built on a frozen waste, the city itself was always a warm, inviting place. Now, all we once had is in ruins. I can't feel my fingers. Hiss, if you can believe it, I wasn't aware of that Pregante meme until Naughty taught me about it a couple years back. So cold, and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us. But perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. Gods, this is so frustrating. I've got some Archon loaf, I think, yeah. Though, I feel like that would be torturous if I were to give them that. How much longer are we going to be stuck down here? There's no way to live. Is there aught we may do to ease your woes? Progart? Gregant? Pergnant? Pregnantin? Weather is causing problems at the moment, but overall things are good. Buddy, I'm very happy for you. And that view of the clouds forming and the photo you uploaded, beautiful. Beautiful. And the fact that you did get the call sign with 666, I thought was really funny. You'd come with Euless, did you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, 4 Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Leonix, yeah, essentially. He had, I think the line was that he had a penchant for making empires, or birthing empires, and we'd already had the reveal that he, created Garlemald, Garlean Empire. But then that was sort of like a nudge to make us think, wait a second, did he also found Alag? And yeah. Nice touch, underscoring that pure-blood Garleans shouldn't be able to use an aetherite without Magitech. I did wonder why, obviously, the aetherites in different zones look different. But I do like how you've got, like, the Magitech core within the aetherite crystal to sort of, like, It was by design. Emmet birthing. I guess that'd be fan. Yeah, okay. Maybe not. Anyway, sorry. Alphano. Did you learn anything of note? A couple things. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmest and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? I can try. Certainly try. Flavius. Who's there? My eyes say. I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. The one thing which is throwing me in this expansion so far, and you can't, I don't think you guys will be able to really respond to this because you have the added insight of having played it to completion. Something which I've not necessarily gelled with that much has been how little time I feel like we've spent in both Labyrinthos and Thavnair. Like, I feel like, oh, I'm getting to learn a bit about Thavnair, and we're gone. I'm getting to learn a little bit more about Labyrinthos, and we're gone. I imagine the same is going to happen to those zones that happened in Shadowbringers, where we'll go back later, because in Shadowbringers that was like the theme, wasn't it? You'd go to the zone, come back 4 levels later and do more content. Like, I feel like I haven't really been able to soak in any of the zones yet, and I fear that might happen with Garlemald as well. Like, I really want to feel like I'm learning more about these places rather than doing a flyby visit. I imagine if you do all of the yellow quests which pop up, that would fix it, but you've only seen half of the zone so far? No, I think you're misunderstanding. Like, I'm not upset about, the zones. I'm talking more about, I get there, I do like 3 quests, and then I'm done. Which, and I know that's, I'm being a bit facetious, it isn't exactly 3 quests, but I feel like I go in and I'm like, oh, we're leaving already? How long he's been able to be in the zones, exactly. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Euless could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Euless first. See what I can do. Filthy little teasers, these zones, yeah. See, the way Heavensward did it, I didn't mind too much. But you're right, Z. You are right. Stormblood did us extra dirty, because I feel like you only really got that at the beginning. But when you went over to Doma, you were fairly okay. Like, Doma felt like each zone, you lived in it, and then you moved on, and you didn't go back there. We went back to the Ruby Sea like once or twice, but for the most part, when we were done there, we were done there, you know? But yeah, it's just one of those things. I wish we'd spent more time in Labyrinthos and Thavnair, because just as I was beginning to soak in it, it sort of, we left, you know? Well, seen enough. Euless, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? For me, it also felt a bit different because the zones you've been to so far are apart from each other, so I feel even more disconnected. Definitely. You also have the post-launch patch content to do in the different zones usually too. Yeah, I get that you mean it fits well in the story. Like, I'm sure that it'll work out in the end. It just feels like we've done like a really quick blitz through to the 3rd zone and we're in Garlemald already. I don't know. I won't recommend it on stream, but I did all the other quests as they came up in the MSQ for Endwalker, and I really felt it was worth it. There's definitely going to be times when I think I'd want to do yellow quests. I don't know when they're going to be right now, but like when I got to Amarot, I was like, okay, I'm doing every quest here, you know, because it was special. But yeah, anyway. Euless, the people here have barely enough food. I read that, okay. Getting there. We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept rather, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and with a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I suppose. Oh, wrong side of the Pepsi. Heard something of it, have you? Well, what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. He made his way inside the Imperial Palace, what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Since our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then, we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. Don't be stubborn. Accept it. Don't be stubborn. I will speak with Lord Quintus. There we go. I'll take that. That's some progress, chat. Oh, he's already had the chat. Okay. So, did he agree to it? Doesn't surprise me. No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. He tried. Can't fault him for that. I felt that way from Shadowbringers onwards, like you're speedrunning it, doing a quarter of the map, and then returning. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. And this is what I mean by you guys maybe can't talk about it too much, because you have the added benefit of having played Endwalker to completion, so you know about the cadence of the zones and what have you. But just so far, it does feel like I'm doing a whistle-stop tour of the different zones. This feels different, though. Like, now that I'm in Garlemald, it feels... I don't know. Like we're taking our time with it. Euless finds himself in the somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We'll begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. Urbanissima? Close enough. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. I get that, Pear. I get that.
I thank you for your
Hey,
continued
Beast.
pledge to the
Welcome
Knight.
back for 35 months. Can we get some love in chat? Ladies, gentlemen, friends from beyond the binary for none other
Hello.
than GMM Beast.
Hope everyone's having a great day.
Beast, it's going well. Really, really well. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the bird pictures, by the way, on Instagram, on Discord, that you posted in the pet channel. Greatly appreciate it. They look fantastic. I'd love to get some nice photos taken of the birds in our garden. We've got like a few robins out there, some sparrows, and they're all like nesting in this tree in the corner. It's so nice. So, so nice. It's hard to talk about without spoilers. Yeah. Hey, ether current. I'll fight it. But yeah, I think it's, I think the idea of, like, wanting to move ahead so people don't get bored in a zone. That's a good idea, or a good question to maybe ask people, is do people ever get bored in a zone? Because I feel like with, I don't know. I don't know how to word it. Let me go get the ether current and I'll chat with them. I feel like I would get a little bit, like, I don't know, being able to change it up a little bit more and see more of the world is preferred. I think the only thing that I'm having trouble with is when the MSQ and the zone is so enticing and then having to leave after only spending like a couple hours there. Then I'm like, oh, what? You know? I guess it's hard for them to find a middle ground. Do you reckon you can translate this page? No, you can't read it. Never mind. Solo outro. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. To think this macabre graveyard for War Machina was once a park. This is the place. Let's get a good look. Wow. I think they nailed the scale, by the way, of the palace. I think it looks fantastic. Generally, at least one of the starting zones are split, so you can't access all of a zone. So you encounter a zone, then return to it later in the story. Yeah, that's what I was getting at a minute ago. Like, that's what happened at the beginning of Shadowbringers, Stormblood, Heavensward. It's just a shame because I really was enjoying Thavnir, and I really wanted to find out more about Labyrinthos. And it's like, okay, ditch those, let's go to Garlemald. And I get that's, you know, how the game works. It's just one of those things that at certain times, it's kind of like, oh, okay. Kind of wish I could have stayed a bit longer and we did more MSQ there, you know? Like, I've not been able to go back to Radz-at-Han. I can't teleport there. I mean, I can run back, but I can't teleport, you know? Kind of looks like a sword, Erastos. Don't do this to me. Labyrinthos is beautiful. It's been 5 minutes there. Thavnir, gorgeous. Barely time for a cup of coffee. Garlemald, bleak. Let's marinate. Prof, exactly. And not that I have a problem with marinating in Garlemald, which is such a wild sentence. Like, I'm enjoying Garlemald. Don't get me wrong. It's just... It does make me wish I had a bit more time in those other zones to really, you know, enjoy them. Because now this is quite a depressing zone. Rightfully so, given what's happened here. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Osgalvis. Was that by his design or someone else's? I'd love to know if he named the park after himself. Hey, Beast, I'll catch you in Discord. Thank you again for 35 months. I appreciate it. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No. We've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the marketer in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. Okay. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Okay, let's give it a go. Yeah, Pear, the broken aetheryte thing is slightly frustrating. It kind of reminds me when you're playing Pokemon, it's like, oh, someone's fallen asleep and you can't walk past them. Come back later. Or the Dark Souls, oh, this door doesn't open from that side. Which, when you say that out loud, isn't that silly? Oh, this door only opens one way. You gotta be on the other side to open this door. I don't imagine there would be much need for Magitech in a park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They have many uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. We don't, like, ceruleum is one of those things which we don't really necessarily use a lot of. I do have some in my inventory. I've got a ceruleum tank. Airship, let me move that here. Airship grade refined ceruleum required to fuel vessels traveling to the Sea of Clouds. But like, how ceruleum is made and where they get it from and stuff, that's something which is... I don't think we've really tackled that in the story. The power's out in this district, can't enter. Meanwhile, all buildings are fully lit in the background. I mean, if it's deadbolted, this dragon doesn't open from the chest either. But you let me do that. I mean, yeah, if it's deadbolted, prop true. Yeah. That's a lot of doors in Dark Souls, like every single bloody door. We can't use the aetheryte because there's a Snorlax having a nap next to it. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Euless said. Huh. Oh shit, look, there's swings! Oh, this is so strange. Hey, and there's a children's slide. Can I actually sit on the swing? This is so depressing. Okay. Forum Soleus. It was in this square that Emperor Solus inspected his troops before embarking upon his second campaign into the Far East. The Imperial legions were ultimately successful in their subjugation of the Kingdom of Dalmasca, and officials celebrated the grand victory by transforming the parade ground into a commemorative public park, which I'm sure he loved. Oh, I want the slide, chat. I thought I might be... Oh, never mind. I don't know who here's played Final Fantasy VII Remake. Big spoiler. There's a slide in it, and you can slide down it. The contraption is built in the style of the Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Huh. Go figure. There is a ceruleum processing plant in the game. I'm talking more about, like, it's not something which we deal with that often in terms of, like, we've not had to find out how it's produced or manufactured. I don't know. It just hasn't been something that has come up in the story that often. Have I done the Pixie Tribe quests? Rando. Buddy. Boom. Bloodsworn. Yes. I have been on the slide in the Pixie world. Yes. The iconic slide. I spent so long using that slide. There are slides you can slide down in FF14 also. I've been down them. I have been down them. I'm gonna freeze your armor on that slide. It's frozen. I'm pretty sure my Dragoon armor would cut it to shreds. Several points of interest are marked on your map of Forum Soleus, the pond children's play area. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Oh shit, chat. Shout chat was going crazy. I think there was a hunt train. I've hidden it. Hopefully no spoilers. There are some nice slides in Evilus. Yes! Hey, God, I've not done the raid series since I did it like 3 months back. Despite it being freezing cold, you're still going to somehow get burned on that solid metal slide. There's something I've not clicked on, but I can't find it. Is it down here? Oh, wait, was it under here? Oh, really, Laluna? That's cool. Are you happy with that, or do you wish it was going to be Guild Wars 3? There you go, shop counter. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Okay. Yeah, the evilest VODs have vanished into oblivion.
Continued pledge to the knighthood.
Which is a shame. And it's my fault. It's my fault. I'll talk about it in a sec.
4 years.
4 years.
Everyone is doing well.
Oh my goodness.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Riot.
Buddy, thank you for 4 years. Can we get some love and chat for JR Blue, who has been here for 4 years, chat. 4 years! Ludicrous. Buddy, thank you for 4 years of support. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Assassin's Creed Odyssey to you too. Wow. Wow. I love that they put the playground in the area. It makes it so much more believable as a place people live. Definitely. Definitely. Somehow the marks always end up the opposite ends of the zone. They're finally doing something with that floating mage tower. Oh, and Guilders too? Very cool. But yeah, sorry about the evilest raids being lost to time. 2 reasons. One is I'd started Shadowbringers, and I wasn't sure whether to put it in Shadowbringers, the collection, or into Stormblood. So I had a bit of like choice paralysis. And while I was enjoying myself doing the raids, I did those raids 1 week after I had some really bad news, and my mood during those streams, I wasn't feeling that great, and they were kind of tinged with a bit of sadness. So I wasn't sad to see them go, but I'm a bit annoyed that I didn't clip out the raid bit and get rid of the other bits. If it makes sense. So, yeah, sorry. It was good though. I had a great time. So, yeah, sorry. If you've been watching the VODs and you didn't find them, that's why they're not there. Choice paralysis and a mixture of me not being entirely happy with how I was and, you know, during those streams. Euless. Hello, sir. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Dude, I one-shot Math Boss. The boss that I got killed by during the Evilist raids was the last boss of that wing. Of the Rabanasta Lighthouse. Was it that one? I think so. We one-shot Ultima as well on MINE. Really good. We did really, really well. So much so that somebody got really salty against Ultimate and said I was getting carried. Even though I didn't get one Vuln stack. I was, you know, dodging the mechanics. They were like, you're getting carried. I'm sad I didn't back them up. Readerana, that's it. There was one thing that threw me off about Math Boss and I finally figured it out. I think Math Boss is great. I thought it was really fun. Imagine getting carried. Typical streamer, I know. I know. There's no sign of any ceruleum. I think we died to, Sid. We died to Sid once, but I think that's because Lemon disconnected. Math Boss, we one-shot. I think we beat everything on the first go except Thunder God because of a DC, and there's one more. But it went really well. Went really well, I thought. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, it's just... I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. So like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. Would be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time, when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been. I come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Ulysses, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and Medici? Don't know pronunciations, chat. Bear with me. So it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you wouldn't mind if I employ a little now. Lord Carf, hello, how are you today? Julio, welcome as well. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. I love that he's become a glorified lumberjack. So you're good, aren't you, at getting wood? Yeah, go on, go get it. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. The last thing we need is you catching a cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. It's gotta be that. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. Oh, shade. I can't fault your enthusiasm though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method, with Alphino's help. It would just be me and Alphino in the pond like hungry hippos, just like swallowing the water. Wow, look at these points of interest. Fantastic. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Question, can I go find Alphino? Wait, just a second. I want to quickly run back and just see if I can spot Alphino anywhere. Like collecting firewood. Probably not. Probably not. Nah. Oh. No. Wasn't sure. Wasn't sure if he'd be like, I don't know, hidden around somewhere. With some like funny dialogue. Anyway. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Calcia, I think I deserved it though. I think I deserved it in that instance. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Oh no. I'm taking damage over time, chat. Andy gets tetanus, could you imagine? Gods be good, it's cold. Perhaps we should have listened to Ulysses after all. Like that chat bit of VA? I really gave that my all. Here we go. You delve into the murky water but come out empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Okay, chat, it's definitely this one. There's no way it's going to be another dud. Ready? 3, 2, 1. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. What the hell? Bullshit. That's what I'm saying, chat. It's bullshit. Can't believe the supposed champion of Eorzea is reduced to this. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Hey, here we go. Should have sold more fish. How dare you? Oh, don't play that. That's mean. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. That's good. That's good. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost. As you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body, Ulysses will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. That was good. I like that. I like that. The champion of Eorzea is not above collecting dung if needed. I mean, listen. I'm here to get the job done. Why can I not... No. No! Chat, have you seen my... Look at my bar in the top left. Look how close I am to leveling up. Is there a fate nearby? Give me a sec. I thought... people have told me for the longest time you can level 2 jobs with the MSQ of an expansion. Clearly not. Clearly not. Is that not the case for Endwalker? Not on the current expansion? Who said that? That's not true. Literally, so many people have. Didn't you have... do I have 3, though? Like, 3 that I'm leveling? No, it's right, Crit. I'll make my own way. It's all good. I discovered a new map location, chat. We're going to level up from exploring the map. Ready? We're going to level up in T-. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Boom. Got it. Whew. I nailed that, chat. I nailed that. That's the noise I should have made. Thank you. Thank you, Nine. MSQ is barely enough for 1? It must be previous expansions then people were referring to. Thank you, Nine, for the 300 bits. Somebody asked the other day, they said, who is that? And it's me. That's me. I made that sound. Don't ask me how. I'd say you can level 2 jobs in an expansion. One through MSQ, the other with side quests and fates. MSQ is enough for 2 if you have enough XP bonuses. Okay. They bring up the XP gains for older content. Okay. I think I just assumed that because of Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers sort of followed that rule. The context, if you must know, of the 300-bit alert. If anyone here played Final Fantasy IX, there's a jump rope challenge where you got to jump over the jump rope 100 times. And I got to like 91 or 93. And I fell. And that's the noise I made. There's a clip somewhere. There's a clip somewhere. I don't know if anyone can find it. I don't think I got the 99th. If it were 99, I think I would have punched a wall. And then had to be taken to A&E for a broken fist. That would have done me in. Yeah. I know, Crit. I know. I thought I'd done it. I thought I'd done it. Anyway. If someone can find the clip, I'm sure you can, Leonix. You're a clip master. Did you find anything? Hope you did. I don't know if my sniffs were picked up, chat. Temperature regulate the cerulean tank. Uncovering hidden treasures is an adventurer's bread and butter, though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. This is why you gotta read text, chat. Look. That's a funny little description. And you may have missed that. His park materials? Valerie, well done. Well done. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. T-Rex it is. It is in there, but I don't know how quickly I'll be able to find it. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, Lord Quintus's eyes, still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Eulus, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did. Not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well. Better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine. And so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal. With family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all of the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song. Of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, In that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sun rise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead. And those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. We were literally speaking earlier about the importance of memories, as has been, you know, told to us multiple times in the run-up to Endwalker and including Endwalker. It's what gives you that nudge and support to keep moving on amidst tumultuous times, isn't it? The light in the darkness, as it were. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Ulysses with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, though they could still do with a proper wash. No good deed. Now that the fire is burned out, Ulysses is ready to move on. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search. Just outside the city. Okay. Allow me to tell you about the beautiful city built on the back of imperialism and literal backs of our conquered. I mean, let me tell you about my family or something, right? Like, the thing is, I think this story, especially given that he's talking about his family and his siblings, sorry, who were kids, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, in that there are innocents on all sides of a war. And sure, he and his family benefited from, you know, imperialism and reaped the rewards of the government. Are they the ones directly responsible? It's an interesting conversation to be had, and one that I'm sure will be looked into over the course of the rest of this game. Cypher, I did see a message a minute ago from Valerie. It's a book by Philip Pullman. His Dark Materials. And it's a pun of that. So instead of his dark materials, his park materials. It's good. It's good. Isn't there also, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there also a show? Like an adaptation? Well, Elaine, that's what I mean. Like, take me, for example. I was born into, you know, the UK, and I've reaped the rewards, essentially, of this country's past. Do I agree with it? No. Of course I don't. In many of the ways we acted in the past. Sure, you know, why would I? Does it make me a bad person? I mean, I don't think so. I'm sure some people would. You know? Golden Compass is great. I love the Golden Compass. The War Marketer appears to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it is simply following its original orders or if it now serves the Telophoroi. Everything was built on an enormous scale, with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amarot. Given what we now know, such similarities are no coincidence. Yeah, right, exactly. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of War Marketer. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I'd advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Marketer's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Okay. Understood. Let's get to work. There was a quote error from... It was either Emma or Elidibus or Hythlodaeus. I can't remember who said it, but someone in the game says something very similar to what Mewtwo said. The whole circumstances of one's birth is irrelevant. It's Elidibus, isn't it? I'm 99% sure he says something like that at one point. The circumstances of one's birth is irrelevant. It's what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. I was editing a YouTube video and I was gonna put it in. It was Alphano. That's it, Razor Knight. That's it. Well done. Yes. I remember wanting to edit it into a video. Like the Mewtwo bit. But I thought, I won't. I'll leave it be. But I thought that it's such a fantastic quote. You still have the explosives I gave you, yes? Remember to check the ceruleum gauge before attempting to remove the outer casing. Okay, yeah, don't worry, I'm on it, buddy. I'm on it. According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. I will not use an explosive then. Ceruleum tank unit appears to be broken, giving you a way to determine. Okay, so that's a maybe. Okay. Yeah, final Dragoon, exactly. We were talking about that a bit earlier. I don't know if you were here for it. We had a pretty in-depth chat about it. But like, Euless reminiscing about those days, considering I don't know a lot about what he's done in the grand scheme of things, he seems very young still. I don't know how much he would have actually done for the Empire. But getting to hear him reminisce about those days and of these memories, I'm not mad at him for it, and nor do I place blame on him in this moment. All of these gauges are broken. How am I meant to determine which ones are going to have fuel in? I thought there might be one which works, and it's like, yeah, that one's full. But I've not found that yet. I'm pretty sure Mewtwo just said Mewtwo, Mewtwo, Mewtwo. Okay, nothing over here. Hey, Yuki, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Maybe, listen here. I know Yuki is wrong, Hiss. Hiss, you need to break the stereotype. I have so many spices, and I use all of them. Right? Guess what I put on my baked beans today? Paprika. That's right. Like that? You retrieved the wall marker of the ceruleum tank. More beans. No, jokes aside, I do genuinely... You gotta season everything. Gotta season everything. You retrieved the wall marker of the ceruleum tank to find it is still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, you will still surely be pleased on your discovery. Okay. Don't need to use spices when you got a good tray of fish and chips. If it's beige and has a bit of salt on it, I'm in. I'm in. I've seen enough Pirates of the Caribbean to know where you got those spices, Andy. Say no more, Dace. Say no more. Don't reveal my secrets. How are you today, buddy? Lovely to see you. More explosives. Wait, is that what I think it is? It is a war marker and a ceruleum tank. Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the war marker in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among ceruleum tanks would surely deserve one. Boom. Oh, hold on. Sign, let me scroll up. I want to read your messages. Shit, where are you? Sign, I've lost you. It's definitely not Euless's direct fault, and my heart goes out to what he's lost, but speaking of any place as if it were a utopia isolated from what built, it always gets me. I spent a lot of time in Garlemald stopping, standing up and yelling, I know this person, and it's making me mad at my screen. No, Sign, I get you. I do get you. I'm trying to read the rest of your message. That type of person, people who think life in X country or Y city is so good because we're X or Y. And all I'm thinking is you literally exploit your labor and exploit so many countries to maintain your standard of living. You didn't do it, but don't act like the city is working well because of your goddamn work ethic. It's because someone is being underpaid somewhere. You don't need to look at them. Sign, exactly. Exactly that. And the thing is, we live in a world now where that's hard to avoid for so many people. You know, like, a way of life now is... So much of the food we probably eat... I know that there's a crisis with farmers in the UK, for example, who aren't getting paid the right amount, but we owe them so much, for they're the ones who are truly responsible for putting the food on our table, right? For they're the ones who are growing it, they're the ones who are cultivating it, and so on and so forth. Overseas manual labor, the list can go on. Like, companies who have dubious, shady workings, be it within their countries or further afield. The Good Place, it does indeed, Nova. Highly recommend The Good Place. Great TV show. Highly recommend it. It's like a minefield. If you want to live your life in a way where you don't benefit from something nefarious, I guess is a way of sort of blanket terming it, it's difficult. It's difficult. Not impossible, but difficult, you know. Especially when we're in a cost of living crisis, when people are trying to look for the cheapest thing to buy. Think about how many people export things to, like, AliExpress and buy things abroad just to save themselves, like, money, you know? I wish A Good Place went into it more. No, same. Good Place is fantastic. Again, recommend it. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on our side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alisei and Alphino are faring. There is no ethical consumption in capitalism. Elaine, I've not heard that. I don't know how I've not heard that, but yes. Mika, loving it. Absolutely loving it. We're in the middle of Garlemald at the minute, which is very depressing. But it's a story that must be told. I'm enjoying it, though, despite it being depressing, you know. I'm having a great time. What is this?
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
He was following us, chap.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
Chat. Pre-watched, pre-played.
We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
Tell you everything, okay. That's really quiet.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now
I can even hear that.
Surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up.
Okay.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Okay.
With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Misty, have a lovely day. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here, Misty.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Yeah, Chaos, we spoke about it. I called it out when it happened. And then we spoke about it a bit more afterwards, so yeah, we got it.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Okay, let's do it. Back we go. I've never played Frostpunk, no hiss, but I think I'd enjoy it.
There you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
Just accept our help.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Ah, here we go again.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
That's not what we got it for, buddy. Your people are dying.
Sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
What a knob. That's putting it lightly, chat. It's upsetting me that the Turncliffe music is playing.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
Like, I've associated the Turncliffe music with, like, looking out at the sea in Turncliffe and listening to this. It's, like, one of my favorite bits of music from the game. And now I'm going to start associating it with Quintus and Garlemald. And I don't want that.
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alize are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
I don't think so.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
You can tell that he kind of disagrees with the judgment by how he's talking.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
And he already buckled earlier when we said, listen, we'll offer you support. And he went to chat with Quintus. He was like, yeah, I'll go have a chat. Come on. See reason. Don't do it. Don't do it. Surely in Alphino and Alice, he can see his siblings, his brother and sister.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
No way. Everything will be all right. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
How is Thancred talking to us? I think we were remembering what he said. Alphen and Alasai will be fine, providing they do not resist. Alia Lacta Est. I've got no idea if I pronounced that correctly. Alia Jacta Est. Alia Acta Est? Oh well. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls to the legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. The die is cast as said by Julius Caesar. It's good, isn't it, Sandwich Man? So good. You again. Ask the ill, he said. So, that's to be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. Misty Rosie, how are you, Misty? Welcome on in. How are you? How's your day today? Lovely to see you. Yeah, Caesar rolled on that one. What do you want with me? Ask the ill. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. Hold on. Isn't ill? Maybe. See. Ill. An ill, chat, is an extraordinary magistrate. It's either a dictator or a princeps senatus or senatus, leader of the Senate, wielding direct influence over the council, or a temporary leader appointed only in times of emergency and given all the rights of the Lord Emperor. If you must know. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless and merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Okay. Wrecked. Sorry, Crit. Sorry, buddy. Misty, Tea Leaf's not here. Tea Leaf's, I won't go into too many details, but Tea Leaf's got something on today. And Tea Leaf might be back tomorrow, but maybe not. We'll see. But no Tea Leaf here today. Whee! Yeah, Tea Leaf's good. I would talk more about it, but just think of Tea Leaf. Nothing really bad about to happen. It's more just going through something. Tea Leaf will be okay. I'll pass on well wishes. Andy, your good luck. I got to go home from the hospital today. Just got the news. I'm going to go contact my fam, but enjoy the rest of your days endwalking. Hey, Dawnforge, thank you for being here. Have a lovely rest of your day. Yeah, Misty, fire something over. Fire something over to her. I'll send all the love, chat. Thank you. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies. What do you mean by ask the ill? I am not at liberty to divulge that. But what I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm assuming in this situation, the ill must be referring to a temporary leader appointed only in times of emergency, with the power of the Emperor, or like the power to just sort of say things as if they were the Emperor. I don't know who that is though. Avalon. I mean, if there's an opportunity to summon my dragon, I'll take it every single time. Short walk? Wait, is this the Endwalk? Give me a moment, please. I really hope Euless does something. Euless lingers on by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. What is this? Is this his home? Maybe? Go on, be his home. Pre-watched. Why else would he be looking at a burnt-down building?
This is my home. Our home.
There we go.
At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate.
Misty, yeah, if you like MMOs, I'd say so. How does he do it? How did you deduct this absolutely obvious piece of information? I know. I know.
When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Bloody hell.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
It's a good question.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke.
No, no need to apologize.
We should go.
Poor guy, huh?
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Go on, Alphanu.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum.
Yeah, no, exactly. We mentioned this when we first spoke to Quintus, like, you know, an hour ago now. About the parallel between what he was saying and that of what is being repeated to the people of Sharlayan.
Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust?
That's some good writing right there.
All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
Hear, hear.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics.
It's so similar to the way that the Unsundered viewed the world, the reflections, you know?
A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams.
Good.
As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
What a beautiful moment, huh?
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
I love the two of them so much, guys. I really do. If that wasn't evident in my Endwalker cinematic reaction when Alphino came on the screen, I screamed his name. Like, the journey that they've both gone on since A Realm Reborn is one of my favorite, I don't know, bits of character development. Mainly for Alphino. Alisei has been great too, but mainly Alphino. It's been so, so good.
Huh?
You heard me.
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
Damn, this is good.
I pray I am up to the task.
Oh, you are, Alphino. You're a hero.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives.
I know.
Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Hell yeah. That's so good. That's so good.
Thank you, Alisei.
Aww. Oh. Oh my God! Don't you dare! Cut back! Cut back! Oh my God, chat. What a tease!
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
Oh my goodness, chat. Timing exceptional.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
What's he gonna do?
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Oh no. What? The Ceruleum, the Magitech? Oh shit!
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We can take him!
We, the loyal soldiers of the
Useless.
1st Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
Hey! Was not expecting that. Okay. Are we going to try diplomacy again?
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
It's good.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea.
I like that. I really like that. I've literally been reading about the Seed Seers. He's way more powerful than the game really lets on unless you delve into like the side quest stuff. He's really, really powerful, really strong.
Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience.
Oh. Is this the good news that Thancred alluded to?
They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
No, Euless.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
What do you think he's gonna do? Stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
Oh. Interesting.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
He's given up.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
He's not going to do what I think he's going to do, is he? No.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
God. Now that is a powerful image, isn't it? Wow. Jess, hello. Welcome. That was... I don't know. I've got like a pit in my stomach, really. That was... It just completely threw me. I did not expect that to happen. The muffled clapping from the solo end as it cuts away. Yeah, blood on the center link, given what they said a minute ago about something being forged in blood. Chains being forged, was it? Oh no, I'm fine. Like, when I say I'm fine, like, I'm not like... I'm not like... what's the word? I know I'm not going to end stream after that. Like, I'm not affected by it in that way. And I feel for people who are. Yeah, it's... I think what I'm most shocked about is... the implication that that was the ending of his story as chosen by him because of his preconceived notion that he'd lost his dignity. I think those are the words he used. Bereft of hope, and now my dignity. And it was that loss of dignity which was the final straw. Well, yeah, but it is his story, isn't it? That you can't, you know, disagree that he was putting an end to his story in what he did. What he just did wasn't the end of the Garlean Empire. That had stopped, right? We're focusing on the guy, not the Empire. Right? Him deciding to take his life in such a way wasn't the end of the Garlean Empire. That's incorrect. Whether or not he lived or died, the Garlean Empire was over. I'm speaking about that's how he decided to end his story. The Garlean Empire's story didn't end with that. He cannot imagine a change he would need to undergo to carry on. Well, his vision of the Empire died when he heard the communication from the 10th. Right? But it's the fact that that loss of dignity as he saw it from his perspective was the thing that tipped the scales. When we know full well that, you know, we hopefully could have done something for him and for the people. And done something to make things right in some way. I think the cutaway was at a good place, not having the sound effect was good, but honestly, even with all of that, this sort of thing could be very triggering for someone. No, 100%. 100%. To those who are triggered by moments like that, I do feel for you and sympathize. But also keep in mind you have never get trigger warnings when these things happen naturally in real life. 100%. Huh. Like a captain in a sinking ship is a good way of putting it, I suppose, yeah. Hmm. I'm just more surprised that they did that. In a good way. You know, I want to say. I think his empire died long ago, but he carried on for his people. And when he saw no way forward, he allowed his men to choose their own path, doing what he did. I mean, imagine if Modern Warfare 2 didn't... yeah, No Russian's a great example. Base. Real storytelling, definitely. I don't know if I was meant to have more of a connection to him. Because again, like, I'm shocked at them doing that, but I don't... The emotion I feel is more of just like a general sort of like morose. I don't feel happy nor necessarily sad. I just feel like, wow, this is just a bitter, depressing story. He's a war general in the midst of an ongoing battle that he is now facing the impending loss of. This would be a real response. It's far less likely for an imperialist in this situation to be like, okay, well, that's too bad. At least my friends and my power. Exactly. Exactly. Samantha, I agree. I think the middle ground would be, if we're talking about content warnings in situations like this, I feel like if you're somebody where you feel like, okay, I want to have a warning before something happens, because there are things which might happen in a game that might trigger you in some way. It'd be nice if there was like an option in the accessibility settings which would warn you, you know? And maybe have it enabled by default, and then if you're someone who doesn't want that, you can turn it off, you know what I mean? There were warnings in chat, like in-game chat. I think that's what people are referring to. Not that people are shocked that this happened, but people wanted it in-game. That, like, to me though, what a fantastic story. That's what I'm most surprised by. That was a really well done story that touches on so much of what we've learned from history, things which are happening in the real world right now. And it's a bitter reminder that there are no victors in war. And that so many innocent lives are lost in the process. Be they innocents murdered, killed in cold blood by those wielding the weapons, or those wielding the weapons themselves who are innocents thrust into war by those above them. That whole scene from start to finish was very, very good. The conversation between Alphonse and Alice is... that is my standout moment so far in this expansion. Gorshan, I thought you were here earlier. We had a big chat about it for like an hour, about the, you know, comparison to the Russian invasion. We had a good chat about it. Definitely recommend it for people who missed it. That's why Charlian avoids all warfare, but then you can also pluck a hole in that ideal, in that their hesitance, or should I say complete hesitance, to enter into war would also result in the loss of innocence from others, right? Like, innocents die by inaction or action. It's sort of like a... you can't get past that. It's one of the biggest dangers of fascism. It ties people's identity to the state. If it threatens the state, it threatens the people. It cuts both ways. Anyone who doesn't fit the model person is a threat, but also if the state collapses, so does the individual. In apathy, exactly, Dace. Neutrality favors the oppressor. Pretending it's not your problem doesn't change that. Definitely. I mean, again, we got a real world comparison to that right now, right? In what's happening in Ukraine. Or worse, when it comes to their own philosophy, their stagnant stay out of it stance causes loss of knowledge. I can't remember what they said, but it was something about how the symbol was a chain forged in blood, and then having his blood, like, splattered on the flag. That was a beautiful shot. And I know, again, please do take care of yourselves if you find any of this triggering. But what? That was a really, really well done. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. I think it's fitting for the Forum to wear white, keeping their own hands clean at the expense of others. I like that area, yeah. Imagine if Charlian wasn't an isolated island, though. Just because you declare neutrality neglects the problem until someone decides to disregard your stance. Charlian doesn't give off the vibe how that they're convinced pacifists, though. They willingly watch as the world goes to hell, so long as they get to preserve the things they care about. The thing is, all these stances, like, you can kind of see, and I'm not advocating for fascism, but, like, when you look at things from people's perspectives, like, when you look at when you view the world through the lens of what Quintus viewed the world through, the reason he did, like, you can see why he thought the way he did, and you can see why he acted the way he acted. When I think about Fortuna and the Forum, if I put myself in their shoes, I can see why they acted the way they acted, because that's just the way that they've been taught. That is the ideals of where they live, right? Are they responsible? Yes, of course, to a degree. A century of propaganda will mess you up. New Charlian did get attacked? No, they abandoned it. They abandoned it when they sent a peace treaty to Garlemald after they invaded Doma. And then because Garlemald were like, yeah, sorry, that ain't happening. They came back and were like, yeah, they're not going to change their ways. And they were like, okay, let's up and leave. And that's when they went to Charlian. Well, old Charlian. Silence is complicity, exactly, Jess. And, you know, we were talking about this earlier from another viewpoint. In speaking up when someone says something bigoted, homophobic, for example. And if you were to stay silent in that situation, you're complicit in the hatred being spouted by said individual. In the same way, inaction to prevent harm coming to others can be seen as complicity in that harm which is being done to them if you're not going to stop it. Basically, when people do things for the greater good, they rarely need to do that. They put fuel to the flame of evil. Hey, Trollwin, I'm very sad to hear that, buddy. Know that there are many, many millions of people in the world who love you for who you are. Yeah, no, exactly, Jess. The bigot will think you agree with them, and the person attacked learns you can't be relied on. Exactly that, Chaos. Yeah. I think it's been a fantastic story, though, and I know someone mentioned earlier they don't want to get... Someone mentioned earlier, I see chats getting political, because we were talking about the story. Like, that's the story, right? It's a political story, and what just happened is... It's grounded in real life, you know? These things happen. These things have happened. These things will continue to happen. And it's just a sad fact of life, you know? When the Imperials charged upon us, we were able to avoid any serious injuries on either side. In truth, most of the Garleans were in no condition to fight. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks. Must have been a long time since they had a decent meal. I'm sure they will be much more amenable to conversation with food in their bellies. Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier on the topic of it. Again, if you guys are interested, we had a good discussion about it when we first arrived in Tertium. So if you missed that part of the stream, definitely go, like, watch it back in the VOD. And we also had a chat about some more serious subjects when we were in Camp Broken Glass, probably about 2 hours ago. Definitely worth watching. Definitely worth watching, I'd say. We were talking about how, you know, politics is, in my eyes, a core pillar of what makes a Final Fantasy game Final Fantasy. I can't think of a Final Fantasy game that isn't political, you know? And we are literally in the most, apart from Stormblood, the most politically charged part of the story we've been in ever. Dealing with what's happening with the Alliance, what's happening with Charlian, what's happening with the Garlean Empire. It's a lot. We'll make no attempt to resist. Okay. Man has had politics since two families decided to settle together and give power to one over the other. Alright, let's finish this off with Lucia. Much more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Hey, Kalatol, enjoy the gift sub. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Hopefully you enjoy the VOD when you get around to watching. Yeah. I'll say the same as I've said before to people. I'm not a hugely emotional person. I have cried at this game on multiple occasions, but if anyone's looking for tears, they're not going to find them until something really, 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 really big happens. I'm mainly in a state of sort of like, I don't know. Not even shock. I just can't think of another game which has had a story quite like that. You know? Good place to stop until tomorrow? Perfect. Perfect. Pensivity. Terralyn, definitely. Definitely. Absolutely agree. Gobsmacked? Yeah, Gobsmacked might be one for it. Like a sad Gobsmacked. No, we're playing Zelda tomorrow. Tomorrow's Zelda. Thursday we're getting our first baby scan, and then Friday we're back. So Friday, chat. Yeah. Neo nuts, it happens. It does happen. Moments of weakness. I'm only kidding. Akira, how are you today, buddy? Welcome on in. But yeah, chat, we'll leave it there for now. We'll pop back in on Friday. Sorry to leave you so long. Zelda tomorrow. You're more than welcome to come hop in. We'll be playing that. Still very early on in the game, Tears of the Kingdom. Very early on. Don't think I've done any of the stories, so we might do that tomorrow. And then Thursday, as I said, we've got the baby scan. First one. Hopefully goes well. And then Friday, chat, we'll be back. So I'll see you then. Sorry for the long pause between FF, but Tears of the Kingdom's great. I'm having a great time with it. It's really, really good. One last time, hey, Prop, thank you. Cheers, buddy. But guys, thank you for hanging out today. Thank you for the, hanging out and have a good time. Thank you for having the important chats with me. Happy Pride Month once again, chat, to go back to the conversation we had like 3 hours ago. And yeah, thank you for going on the adventure with me. Friday. Hopefully it'll be a little bit more upbeat. We shall see. Prop, Neonuts, Akira, Leonix, Floating Fat Man, Lord Calf, Uriah, Leonix, Turgid, Terralyn, Jellybean, Trout, Cephalia, Hiss, Razorknight, Shadow, Kojiman, It's Kate, Prop, Delpy, Atma Prime, Kojiman, Akira, Shoybox, Lady Green, Yuri, Cloud, Astrin, Whitethorn, Thur, Asik, Make Some Time, Vagrancy, Winterfall, Z-City, Make a Stay, Floating Fat Man, Neja Halcyon, Becca, Melody Bunny, Finster, Dahlia, Erihu, Sov, Lime, Cypher, Sandwich Man, Finster, Kojiman again, Gooby Prez, Zeroth of the Law, Mr. Gabs, Armo, Dank Dragon, Chaos Draken, Sandwich Man, Lord Calf. My goodness, there's so many of you. Rewind, Naughty, Sparkling Parfait, Dace, Armo, Mr. Gabs, Kendra, D1000, Mizu. Mizu, hope you're having a good time with us. It's quite, enjoy your stay. That's very kind of you to say. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Dividus, Erastos, Lazy Rico, Norse, Yuki, Fumi, Crit, Twice Sega, Crit, Greybeard, Sai, Rando, Lammower, Turgid Snake again, and yeah. Elderly Sign as well. There you go. Guys, I'll see you all tomorrow. And then for the Final Fantasy folk, I'll see you on Friday. And I'll see you then. Goodbye, everybody. Have a lovely rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Mwah.